That, do you mean the first half of it, or like the whole full-length episode? Oh my god. You know what's funny? I realized this as I was playing off camera.
Need to catch your armor, sis!
Yeah, I would if you'd get over here and... Thank you. You know how, I mentioned the level scaling?
I'm gonna kill this asshole.
It's actually not really super worth it at the moment to level.
Okay.
Now, it's kind of hard to avoid leveling if you're going to do quests, because quests gives X. But I bring that up because in addition to the fact that combat's not very fun to do, you're actively punished by leveling up because of the level scaling.
Watch out!
So that's two distinct and separate reasons to avoid combat in this game. I'm not sure what I think about that. Well, it's not true. I know exactly what I think about that. New character and Pandysia, respectively. Not this. Don't mistake me. I still think you can do the same general type of gameplay over there. Think colonial, you know. Not in the, you know, horrible, oppressive, we're here to destroy your civilization kind of way. In the, you know, I don't know what to call that. The other way, where they're just out on their own in the wild. Maybe a few connections back home, you know? Like, you get the idea, right? I'm describing it terribly because I don't know what else to call it. It's colonial! It's colonial! It's just also not colonial. Whatever.
Listen up, sisters. There's a high-value target using a car parked near your location. Get there and plant a bomb on it. Good luck, sisters.
No, I don't want to do that. That'll level me. Last thing I want to do in an RPG game is level. That would be terrible. Yeah, we're still not at the point where we can do that, by the way. Still can't upgrade our guns. Which is the only thing even approaching some kind of character customization. Oh, I know there's those talents, but I looked over those talents. They're all really boring, really dumb, not interesting, not well designed anything. So... Oh yeah, I added another negative while we were off camera. The minimap. Being suckitude. Simply. Looked like an armored piece, but didn't really be doing anything, so... Oh, I'm out of ammo. Oh, great. Hi, Jesse Ward.
You got it! Back in the fight. Let's shoot some Nazis.
Jesse Ward.
Oh, poor puppy.
Time to find the Schwarza box.
Always appreciate. Thank you. If you know what you want to put it towards, please let me know.
Think I've secured the Schwarza box doohickey, Jess?
That is tubular, so we should take it back to Dimitri.
You got it, Jesse Ward. Give me one moment. Is that all of them? I think it's all the side quests I can do for right now. Yep, because the other ones are, go into the Brother 2 and Brother 3 area. So, let's see exactly how many new quests have just popped up, shall we? Anybody here who speaks German or French? I'm wondering something. And it boils down to, I'm wondering if these people are bad voice actors. You know, the French and the German voice acting is also bad. Because I was looking up the actresses who play Sophia and Jess, and they're not
What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
terrible actresses, and they've both done quite a few things. So I'm trying to figure out why the acting is so damn bad in this game. Usually that boils down to bad voice direction. No, Jesse Ward, I'm still holding it in escrow.
Bon? What's new with you girls? Parfait! That's the transmitter I needed. Merci beaucoup.
You're welcome. That was pathetic. Okay, whatever.
Hey, you have something to say? Okie dokie, my girls. This Schwarza box has location of one of the bunkers where Nazi manufacture Panzerhund. Go there and destroy the assembly controls for the Nazi dogs. Da? No давай.
Hunting Nazis. Is it anything like hunting bighorn?
Not even close. I have a deep respect for bighorns.
Ça va bien?
Hello.
The writing is probably the primary issue.
We will use this code to hijack the propaganda transmission in the city. The Nazis can no longer poison the minds of the Parisian people. Bravo, les filles.
Like, for example... Oh, god damn it. There's another list. Which says all it needs to. Even if I tapped a really good voice actor to do, for example, a Final Fantasy VII theater, without rewriting it, there's only so much even a truly talented voice actor can do with those lines, right? And bad lines, and that's the end of it. There's nothing else for that.
Ça va?
Hey, y'all.
Hi.
All right, I got access to everything.
Don't forget his wife is Polish, too. So, you got BJ and you got a Polish woman, and we end up with these two twits somehow as a result of that.
Howdy.
You too. Super girls. Félicitations. Rescuing notre cher ami Claude. If you haven't done so, go see him in the shooting range. Okay? Hello.
I am here to kill Nazis. That is what I live for. That is all I have left now.
I need to kill chaos. It's more than a need. It's like a hunger. A craving.
Hello.
Pardon. Could I talk to you? The true beauty of Paris lies beyond the realm of words. Apparently, the Nazis thought evil, you say, trumps beauty. They erected statues in our city of the pile of human waste they call Hitler. J'ai le pif dans les yeux, je crache sur sa tombe. If you have the chance, Destroy any statue of Hitler that you can find. Show the Nazis what we think of the dead Fuhrer.
There you go. There was some French. Oh, Jesus. I am not doing that quest. That's... No. So, a franchise that went from a linear game into an open world game and retained its quest and feeling.
Yeah.
Mario.
Kinda cozy, don't you think?
Ugh, hell no.
Seriously. Mario Odyssey. Think about it for a sec. Even if you ignore, if you discount the previous ones, Mario Odyssey made that jump very well. That being said, I will admit it's a rarity. Like, you could say GTA, but that's a little bit debatable. First of all, GTA was always kind of open world, even back in the day when it was the top-down thing. Second of all, if we don't count the original top-down thing, but the GTA 3, well, then that's already open world, so that doesn't count either. That's not it. Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. So it's like, hey. Then we've got Don Crow. Now, when he went open world, I don't know, I felt like he kind of lost a lot of the soul of what made Don Crow so awesome. I don't blame him. He got a big payoff for that. So. And then you got things like, you know, Assassin's Creed and... like, even Elder Scrolls. Arena wasn't open world. But Daggerfall was, and that's... does that even count? Is that qualify? That's a good point, Von Falkenstein. All that money is why Don Crow's been donating for me and constantly trying to add games. And sometimes failing at adding games to the list. Thank you, Don Crow. As always. I will hypothetically put that towards Bully. Not sure about that one. Yeah, Roxy, whenever I hear a lot of bad things about a game, my attitude is always just kind of like, we'll see. Because there's plenty of games that people bash that I actually enjoy or find to be, at the very least, nowhere near as bad as people
This
think.
must be that bunker Dimitri mentioned.
I mean, for example,
Yep.
this actually
Let's
came up
find the
recently.
assembly controls.
Mass Effect
Bulk your
Andromeda
shit
is a
up,
game that
yes.
isn't that bad, in my opinion. Is it bad? Yes, it does have its issues and it does have its flaws, but a lot of people, you know, treated that like the worst game ever, and it's not. So when I hear about this game being the worst game ever, I'm just like, yeah, okay, we'll see. And then we actually played the game. Speaking of which, I'm going to add another negative. And then Anthem. Oh, God. What's funny is I didn't really know a lot about Anthem walking into it, so I wasn't really expecting much one way or the other. So that one just was bad all on its own. That's impressive, really. When you're just that bad. Yeah, someday Fallout 76 will probably be run. Make sure to get your guess in, by the way, for the golden number game. It's going to be a negative. I'm just going to say that right now. It would be legitimately shocking if it wasn't. Like, this game would have to suddenly become just absolutely amazing for the next 2 dungeons and whatever the last dungeon's going to be.
Yeah, Jess, you're slaying it.
In order to somehow make up the difference for, what is that? 13, yeah, we'd have to get 13 positives in the next 3 dungeons. And do note that none of that's going to be core gameplay mechanics, because those all suck. So they just have to be really, really well-designed dungeons with great bosses and encounter layout. In order to make this a net positive game. I don't think it's happening. Remember, don't say it in chat, as usual. Saying it in chat does and means nothing, since that doesn't indeed be kept track of. However, if you type in !guess into chat, you will see a link to a spreadsheet where you can put that. Consequently, as a fresh reminder, and I added a little text there to remind people, please do not add your name if your name is already there. Your name is already there. You do not need to add your name because it's already there. I don't know how else to say this without sounding condescending, please forgive me, but people keep doing it, including, and today. If your name's already there, don't add it. It just adds an extra little bit of hassle at the end of the day trying to sort that. I mean, you can share your guess with chat, it just doesn't count. You say in chat, I think it'll be 35, and then it's 35, well, that's nice. But you didn't actually put it in the spreadsheet,
How we doing so far?
so it doesn't count.
I'd say your performance has been satisfactory.
High praise coming from the Abster.
Hold up. I'm on my way to you now.
It's just a jump, Jess. You don't have to be on your way to me, just jump up here. Here, teleport to me. Thank you. That was actually me, by the way, von Wolfenstein. I noticed that while I was eating lunch. It's alphabetized, FML word. Look for the F. In your case. I also mentioned in that same note that I put in the spreadsheet that it is alphabetized. Ooh, okay. The Abster.
How do you like this?
See? Killed him in the face. As it should be. As God intended. Killing Nazis in the face. Whoops. Well, we're cornered. Bye. We have to take out the Nazi, though? Can't we just try hugging the Nazis to death? And we've already talked about the power of friendship, which Blazkowicz is canonically researching at this point in history. Jesus Christ, okay. And I'm out.
This fucker's going down. Grenade! I'm focusing on the Panzer dog. I'm gonna kill this asshole.
All right. Looks like this Panzer on factory is wasted.
Good job, sis.
Okay, that's actually not good. That's the only way in or out, by the way. Hi, everyone. Let's do that. There we go.
Hey, come help me out before I croak, Jess!
Here. So,
You're doing great, Soph.
there's actually a Japanese concept, which translates to something in English I will not be saying out loud. It's a legitimate thought of game design, which is basically trying to make deliberately terrible games. I've actually talked about one of those games on camera. I don't remember the name of it right now because it's Japanese, but it's pretty bad. In all honesty, that game is actually probably the worst game I've ever seen or learned or know about. I can figure out the name of it. Hang on. Give me a second here. Listen, Loner, you've got to have the worst game ever, otherwise you can't enjoy it. We can't appreciate good things without someone wandering by in the middle of our nice meal and beating the crap out of us, okay? That's how life works, all right? Yes, Quest 64 was trying to be good. Which is funny, because Ride to Hell Retribution was also trying to be good. I have no idea about Wolfenstein, but if you give me a minute, I'll figure it out. I might not be able to find it quickly, so I may have to find it later. It's an old game, like NES or Famicom. And it's truly, truly terrible. Like, you just go down the laundry list. Or I'll start describing it. Maybe someone will know. I've actually talked about it on camera before. So, let's start with one of my favorite aspects. So it's an RPG, right? It's not Takeshi's Challenge. In fact, I don't even know what that is. What the heck is Takeshi's Challenge? Let's Google that. Takeshi's Challenge. What is this? Nope, that's not it. I don't think I've ever heard of this one. Anyways. So, it's an RPG. You start off at level 0. And you have to work your way up to level 1. However, thanks to the way...
I just wanted you to know. I'm the one who broke your Elite Hans doll.
It's okay. I managed to glue the arms back on.
Oh, for God's sakes. So thanks to the way that the game calculates things, your damage goes down when you equip weapons. Because weapons do damage to armor. But armor, the enemy armor is scaled incredibly badly. And so as a direct consequence of that bad scaling, your weapons will always be behind the curve. However, if you don't actually have a weapon equipped, you do unarmed damage, which, thanks to a bug in the system, bypasses armor. So you actually literally do more damage in the entire game, just punching every enemy with your bare hands rather than equipping weapons. So that's fun. There's no final boss because the game wasn't coded to have a final boss. So instead, if you decide to try and fight the final boss, you just automatically are presumed to have lost and get the game over screen. The game doesn't know how to track your position. So let me try to explain that a little bit. This is really, really, really basic stuff, so forgive me. But let's assume for a moment. Picture an RPG that has an overworld in your head. Any RPG, doesn't matter, right? So when you enter into an area, there's a tile there, and you step on the tile, and that's a teleport tile. It sends you to a specific spot, like at the beginning of a town, or a castle, or a dungeon, right? So you enter that tile, it sends you there, and then when you leave the dungeon, or a scripted event happens, you are sent back to where you were. But in this game, it doesn't know how to track your location, so every time you enter the overworld, you always enter at the same point. The very beginning of the game. So, to really lay this out, picture that RPG you've got in your head, and you're going through this dungeon, and you leave the dungeon, and you're back at the beginning. Then you go up to town, you leave the town, and you're back at the beginning. And then fast forward a few hours, and you're going through like the last dungeon of the game, but you leave the last dungeon to go heal, and you're back at the beginning of the game. Because the only way you can enter the overworld is on this one spot. It is a truly horrifically terrible game. And it might legitimately be the worst game that exists. Not counting something that is literally unplayable. Okay, so hang on. So we did that. What's it called? That's a good damn question. If I ever figure it out, I'll let you know. Okay, here. Like Anthem? No, this game is so much worse than Anthem, and I mean that. This game is so much worse than Anthem. You're going to make me look it up. Give me a minute. We're just going to hit the stream breaks and really look this up. I'll know it visually. I remember what it looks like. When I tell you the title, you understand why I don't remember the name of the damn thing. This is the riveting kind of entertainment that some streamers who make thousands of dollars a month are paid to do. I'm not even joking. There's some streamers that just sit here and don't do anything and just... There it is. Hoshi wo miru hito. I'll type it out in chat. Hoshi wo miru hito. There it is. That's the one. Feel free to research it. It is hysterically bad. But it is bad. It is a legitimately, absolutely terrible game. And the more you know about it, the more you realize it. It's like Final Fantasy 1.0. Final Fantasy 14 1.0. Like, there's no memes, no jokes, you know, it's whatever exaggerations, whatever things you're hearing on the... No. None of that comes close to being just as descriptive of how bad it is. Yes, Ross. No, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, yeah. Words do not describe. Hi, Dream Whisperer. I have no idea, Mike Romano. You'll have to ask them. I guess for the fun of it, maybe like as a challenge, trying to come up with the worst thing you can. I don't know. Oh! God, I actually forgot you won that. Well, you tied for that. StarCraft 2. You got it, Dream Whisperer. What's funny is I had it written down, I just forgot that you were the winner. Mr. Nuclear actually won a previous one, and I haven't been up to see him in a while yet. This game does not have a pause, no. Yeah, nothing indicates that that spot does that either, by the way, Ross. Keep that in mind.
Thanks, dude!
Yeah, no, games like Hoshi, blah, 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 which I've already forgotten the name of, you have to really go down the list and enumerate why it's so bad. You can't just say it's bad. You can't just say it doesn't have good combat. You can't just say it has bad graphics. No. You need to really go down the list, like FF14 1.0. Which might actually be the worst game. Yeah. So I take it back. I opened the store earlier. That's actually really irritating. So there's one game worse than Hoshi, whatever, and that's FF14 1.0. It depends on the type of game, Knock Loose. I like to do limit which tools I use kind of runs, depending. You know, like a Buster-only challenge with Mega Man, for example. I'm also I'm not sure where to get to this thing. I'm also rather fond of doing single character challenges for RPGs, or low-level challenges for RPGs. I'm sure there's others, I just can't think of any right now. There we go.
I'm gonna kill this asshole!
Yeah, no, teleporter. Have I ever done Nuzlocke? No, Nuzlocks are dumb and stupid. Anyone who does them is the worst human being in the history of the universe. Any questions?
Howdy.
Oh, the smell. Oh, you really need to brush your teeth, Kenneth.
Zip it, Arthur. Let's find the briefcase.
So no, I don't like Nuzlocks. I find them to be not particularly interesting and honestly kind of contrary to the overall point of the entire franchise. Having said that, I'd rather enjoy doing Pokemon Challenge runs. The one that I am most fond of and have done many times, on camera even, is what I like to call the Gym Challenge.
You mark my word.
So the Gym Challenge is when you effectively limit yourself to a specific type or theme, as if you were a leader or a member of a gym. Sense, Mick? We've done a few of those on camera, actually. And it's fun to think and strategize around that. And of course, obviously some types are a little bit stronger than others. Like you do a psychic challenge and you're going to be fine for the most part. One of my favorites to do is actually poison. We've also done fighting, rock, water, fairy, and I feel like we've done a grass one on camera too. It's fun stuff though. It really challenges you to think about who you get and where and why and how.
Watch it, sis! Your arm's wrecked!
Do this button. We haven't done a dark one yet. Wow. So I was trying to heal and I threw a grenade instead.
Over here.
Exactly what I was trying to do.
Shot down, Jess. Think I need a hand? I'm down for the count, sis. Can you give me a hand? I'm out, Jess. Come and help me if you don't want to fight on your own. Need a bit of help over here, Jess. Hey, come help me out before I croak, Jess.
I'm knocked out, so can you help me out?
Yeah, sure.
Back in action and ready to go, sis. This fucker's going down.
Ice type would be pretty mean. Fun, but mean. I haven't done ice type, I know that. I haven't done ice type, and I haven't done a, oh yeah, some drop pods. A bunch of them, actually. Someday I hope to do, like, pretty much every type for the gym challenge. Anyways, there's other, oh, that's just. There's other types of challenges I like to do in Pokemon. There is, of course, the single character challenge, which I've already kind of described. That is exactly what it sounds like. And for some games, there's the, what I believe is called the married challenge or something like that. I forget what the official term is, but you get the idea. You have 2 Pokemon instead of 1. It's mainly there for the games that tend to have, you know, double battles as a regular feature. I helped you. That was me, Roxy, but I kind of have to. If you don't hit the button, she doesn't come to you. Like, her AI just stalls out unless you hit the button. So I kinda had to. Wedlock, I think that's what it's called. I've only done that once ever. That was with Black and White 2, I believe. And I've done a couple of single character challenges. But again, the gym challenge is my favorite. I love the gym challenge. So, I completely missed that. Thank you, Blow of Alex, very much. I do appreciate. I'm debating if we want to make that one run or not, because I see the logic of it, because it's basically 1.5 runs, right? And at that point, why not just go ahead and bake that in? If you remember, we were thinking about doing that for our initial run. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll just bake them both in as the same run. It's gonna be a little longer than the already insanely long game, but that's okay. Probably never gonna happen at this point, Roxy. MMOs are, in all honesty, on their way out and have been for many, many years. The only MMOs that are still going are either going because of momentum, like EVE Online, or because they're actually good games that know what they're doing and are making a good MMO, like FF14. Or Guild Wars 2. Okay. It worked out. Strobe warning. Not a lot I can do about that one. Oh no, I could have mentioned WoW and Star Trek Online and ESO and blah 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 blah. So yes, WoW is also still a successful MMO. As of this moment in time. Mostly based on the content it already is. We'll see how WoW is doing in about a year, as I've already mentioned.
Got the briefcase in my hot little hand.
You could just find a whisper in a whirlwind, sis.
So, one of those interesting...
Entering Brother 3, the research and development center of the Nazis in Paris. General Lothar Brandt erected this tower 9 years ago. It was destroyed just a week ago with the help of a cyber pilot, a hacked Nazi robot that can manipulate other robots. Maria is repairing it right now, and maybe it will be of use to us again one day.
Okay, we're done. So...
Brother 3 is in pretty bad shape, but I can see the main computer popping in and out of the Paris power grid. My guess, they're keeping it somewhere in the basement. Head through the rubble and find a way into the broken tower interior.
Challenge accepted.
So, we're gonna test something here. We're essentially looking for a shortcut. Because we actually cannot complete Brother 3 right now. I'm a little weirded out it's even letting us go in here. If it lets us go all the way into the dungeon and then forces us to go all the way back out, well, that's not great design and is the kind of thing that should probably be mentioned. Anyways. So, first of all, Von Falkenstein, that's a great idea, and I kind of wish we had that because that's an awesome idea. What? What? Why? What did I aggro? For opening a door? Anyways, so then in response to Blow Up Alex's comment, a lot of people have different perspectives on what exactly makes an MMO, and I'm not going to comment on that right now because honestly that's all just opinion and perspective and that's whatever, right? But I will say that FF14 is a much better single-player game than it is anything else. Help me open the gate, Jess. Okay, this is great.
Grenade! I'm shooting at the Nazi commander. Kill him!
Nah, it's just there was a shot that happened within a sphere radius of him. It's the Oblivion detection method. That's really all that is.
I'm killing it, sis. Fucking it.
I mentioned this is my best gun I keep using on these guys. I wouldn't blame you for not knowing that, though. That's fine, Blue Alex. The co-op, yeah, it's terrible. You're absolutely right. It's, like, I would call it serviceable, but even that's feeling a little bit too generous. It is a negative. It might be two negatives. Anyways, so WoW. Von Falkenstein thinks WoW is still going thanks to the opening of Classic. I don't have any capacity to judge that, so I have no idea. We're not fighting that thing. No. We're not fighting that nonsense. I don't have the ammo for that nonsense.
This fucker's going down! You're doing great, Joe.
Thanks, dude.
Actually, just do this. And do this. Oh, I can't because I'm in combat. Okay, whatever, fine. Back we go. How far down can WoW go? I've seen MMOs absolutely bomb. I have seen MMOs dive way below the acceptability line. So, WoW could go pretty far down. Let's just be 100% honest with ourselves. This is, of course, just speaking from a historical perspective, but one of the things I remember... Oh, got you, Von Falkman. Sorry, I'm playing catch-up here a little bit. I apologize. Yeah, Tabula Rasa, I was actually going to bring that up, believe it or not. Matrix Online was an MMO that started bad and just nosedived. But the one I really want to bring up is Lotro. Now, I'm going to go ahead and turn in this quest really quick.
Do you have something to tell me? Merci beaucoup. This could give us information très important about the attunement device. One of the dot-issued relics rumored to be inside Lab X. Très intéressant, no? I need you sisters to go to Little Berlin. There's a data tape recorded by General Luther Brandt stored in the Nazi interrogation center. It could provide us with very important intel about Lab X. Only information I have is part of its storage location. Something big gamma. Should be well guarded, so be careful.
Matrix on. I feel firmly justified in hating on Matrix Online because I actually played that game. Most MMOs in that era, from like the late 90s to about 2005, if you name an MMO in that range, there's a pretty good chance I played it. There are a few I didn't, obviously, but yeah. Anyways, I agree with what Mr. Red said. I don't think WoW is capable of being worse than FF14 1.0, because FF14 1.0 is the worst video game that has ever been made. However, I think WoW could go down pretty far. What's that mobile gacha game that people pretend is an MMO but isn't? That kind of got popular and then people realized it was terrible, and its player base just kind of nosedived. Genshin, that's the one. WoW could become Genshin. It could go to that level. I could see that happening. And that's pretty bad. That's pretty far down. But that's still nowhere near at the level of FF14 1.0. And yes, by the way, Ross, I actually did play EverQuest 2. You want to hear a funny story, Ross, about EverQuest 2.0? I keep calling it 2.0. EverQuest 2. Genshin is making money. I don't think I would call it popular. Its figures exist. But they had a hell of a drop. As well they should. It's a crap game.
Okay, let's find that laser thingy, buddy.
Although, in fairness, I will admit a lot of my venom I spit at Genshin. No offense if you like Genshin, by the way. A lot of the venom I spit at it is for its predatory practices and its financial systems. Which I spit upon. Patooey.
Get ready, so I'll wager there's some notes.
Anyways. EverQuest 2, right? So, some of you may or may not remember that EverQuest 2 came out right about when WoW came out. Let's rewind time here for just a second. To 3 or 5 seconds ago, when Malachor was like, you know, I don't want to hear about EverQuest 2. I want to give you money. I'm like, whoa, hey, no, don't give me money, Malachor. And Malachor's like, I'm giving it to you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And he got, like, the whole red eyes thing for the Sith. It was terrifying. Thank you, Malachor. Very much. I will put that towards that discrimination. Yeah, I mean, people hate donate. Like, that's an actual real thing that happens, Nero's ass, so. And I'm putting that towards Clone Wars, because I've already, looked into that, basically. So, EverQuest 2 and WoW came out at about the same time. Some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that I was in WoW as early as the alpha. I've talked about this a few times in my various WoW-related stuff. As a result, I was really... I was right. I don't have a nice way to say that. I'm sorry. I don't have a non-elitist way to say that. I was right. I looked at WoW and I said, this is going to explode. This is going to absolutely blow up in popularity. And I was freaking right. Now, I'm mentioning that because that changed a few things at a few points in time. But the thing it really changed, the really important part of that story, is that when WoW and EverQuest 2 were both coming out, my friends and I had a nice big discussion. Which one do we want to pick up? Gary said we should play EQ2.
Where are you?
We didn't actually play WoW at launch. We played EverQuest 2 at launch. Hang on, the story gets better. I'm just trying to remember. Where the hell is this thing? Stupid Jaegers.
Motherfuckers got me, Jess!
Language? I think I've told this story before, too. It was actually kind of hard to get a hold of a copy of WoW because digital downloads weren't a thing. So you had to find and buy the disc, and everyone was sold out. Actually, one of my employees at Arby's helped me out. He was really cool, and I liked him.
You got it!
By getting a hold of a copy for WoW for me. Anyway, so we played EverQuest 2. Now, the logic, by memory, and I might be a little bit flawed at this, was that Gary agreed with my reasoning that WoW was going to explode, so let's go do the less popular thing. Because that way it won't be absolutely overcrowded, and, all the issues, right? All the issues that are going to be there. So it's like, yeah, okay, let's go ahead and dodge that particular bullet. So we played EverQuest 2. We started off on the good guy side. Unlike WoW, there was two factions, but one was evil and one was good. And we're like, okay, everything's cool. We're starting out, everything's neat, getting this thing. And for those of you who haven't played EverQuest 2, let me describe it a little bit. So you start off in the city. But the thing is, the city and its surrounding terrain is actually fairly large. It is multiple zones combined into each other, okay? And each of these zones has their own quest chains and their own quest hubs and blah, 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 right? The reason this is significant is because it would be the equivalent of doing, for example, to use WoW terms, Elwyn Forest, Westfall, Red Ridge, and Duskwood all within the city, okay? So we did all that stuff, and it was awesome. Legit. There were interesting and fun quests, and there was some cool stuff, and it was rewarding, and we got gear regularly, and we got upgrades regularly, and the encounters were fun, and the story was fun, and everything was pretty legit. You can probably already see where this story is kind of going towards. Then we left the city. Now, I want to stress that, we like to be hyperbolic. It's fun, it's cute, but there's no hyperbole in what I'm about to tell you. As soon as you leave the city, the quests stop. Instead of having 3 or 4 or 8 quests within an area to do, you had 1. Occasionally 2. For a zone that is huge. Because the point was, and this is funny because WoW Vanilla was originally designed to be like this too, is that the quests get you started and then you just go grind and kill stuff because that's what an MMO is. And these zones are gargantuan. Huge. And not in a good way. Not in a good way. In a boring way. In a takes forever to run across the terrain kind of way. FF11's problem, for example. Hang on, it gets worse. Then, every enemy out there was suddenly a huge jump up in terms of what I hesitate to call difficulty. Because every enemy was capable of unremittedly kicking your ass as if it was a dungeon boss. Keep in mind, the enemies back in the city did not have that problem. So, we ran into something that I used to refer to a lot in MMOs, because it used to be a regular aspect of MMOs. It's called the group wall. The group wall is when you get to a point within a game that you cannot reasonably progress without grouping up with a party. FF11 had that problem, Ion had that problem, Matrix Online had that problem, Wars Galaxies had that problem. Most older MMOs had the group wall at one point or another. Yeah, EverQuest 1 also was pretty big on the group wall. The thing was, all of the town stuff we could do solo. You know, the good content that we were enjoying. We didn't do it solo, because duh, but you could. You get outside, whoa, you best have a group, boy. We don't like your solo kind around here. I think they had a de-aggro range, a leash radius is what that's called, Sir. But I don't remember, if I'm being completely honest.
I'm taking out that Nazi commander, sis.
I was not a big EverQuest player, no. Screw that game. That game sucks. But what? I've told that story before. So yeah, we got into EverQuest 2, and then we left the city, and then it just became an absolute slog. And it was boring, and it was disinteresting. There was nothing to do. It was irritating, and we had to just deal with all this nonsense every time we wanted to do anything. We never got anywhere in the first zone outside of the city. In fact, to this day, I have never actually progressed past the first zone out of the first city. So what ended up happening is... we did the good guys city and ran into that flaw. So we went and did the evil guys city. And then we quit the game. Oh my god. Anyways, so if you haven't heard me tell the EverQuest 1 story, I might as well tell that one too. So way back, I've mentioned this before, I was involved in a lot of early betas for a lot of MMOs. Probably by coincidence, I always suspected that they knew my name or knew my email or something. Because I got invites to every beta and a few alphas for MMOs for quite a while, but that's one of the reasons I played so many. So, you know, it's like, okay, whatever. So I was in the beta for EverQuest, and I was in the beta... Oh, that's the
Badass and inspirational, Jess.
I was in the beta for EverQuest, I was in the beta for Ultima Online, and I actually played a bit of Ultima Online. And then I was in the beta for another game you may have heard me talk about called Asheron's Call. And I decided, this is very early on, I hadn't even met Pax or Gary at this point in history, but I decided, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and pick one of these 3 MMOs, because there were essentially the 3 MMOs, and I'm going to pick one of them and play that one. So I played UO, and was killed by another player. And then I played a little bit more, and then I was killed by another player, and then I played a little bit more, and then someone tried to kill me, and I managed to dodge them. And it was right about then that I realized there was nothing to do. So I put down UO and never got into it, really. Next game I tried out was, of course, EverQuest. I started off in this lovely forest, roaming around, trying to do things. There was nothing to do, of course, because it was EverQuest. But I'll never forget the first thing that happened to me, which was I was roaming around killing some rats, because of course I was, and I encountered a snake, and I'm like, okay, you know, I've played RPGs before, I've played video games before, we'll go ahead and deal with that. And it's not like I ran in all heedless, I was like, alright, cautious. But anyway, so the snake killed me. And then I lost experience, because that's how EverQuest worked. I didn't go back to EverQuest until the Plane of Knowledge expansion, whatever that was, came out. I picked Asheron's Call. And that was the one I went into. Planes of Power, that's it. Planes of Power. That's true, Warp Core. I suck at video games. I'm very sorry. Why are you even watching me? God, go watch someone who's actually good at games. Jesus.
Abby? This laser thingamajig is out of power.
Copy that. Patching Gemma through.
Just found this thing.
All right, girls. I know the Nazis keep laser batteries in a stash somewhere on Victory Boulevard. Should get the device up and running again for you.
I really didn't like Star Wars Galaxies. Well, why are you listening to me? God, Warp Core. So, Star Wars Galaxies. I know people like Star Wars Galaxies. If I'm being 100% honest, I don't know why. And in no way do I mean that as an insult. I want to be very clear about that. I legitimately don't understand what's likable about that game. So I fired up Star Wars Galaxies. And the first thing I encountered was a bug that made me get flung out of the... you started off on a space station in orbit of a planet of your choice, Tatooine in my case. And I just kind of fell through the space station into space and couldn't log out and had to end task the game. So that was my first experience with Star Wars Galaxies. You know what, I'll take that as it is. So that didn't put me in a great mood. But I mean, it's beta, whatever. It's cool. Oh, this is but this is when the game came out, that's all I'm saying. Because of course I was going to play a Star Wars MMO. Everyone was going to play a Star Wars MMO. So I went down. Now, keep in mind, I'd already been playing Asheron's Call for some time at this point. Now, that's important because I'd already become aware of the very concept of something that I call content. Now, I know that sounds like a snark, but what I mean by that is a lot of older MMOs, including the aforementioned Ultima Online, didn't really have content as we think of it nowadays. They didn't have stuff to do. Instead, you'd go out and you'd hunt things and you'd try to get loot or you'd try to get experience or you'd try to get money. And that's kind of it. Like that was what there was to do. Damn it, Roxy, you found me. So, you know, when it came to Star Wars Galaxies, so again, Asheron's Call had quests and arcs and stuff you could actually do, you know, content, right? I've talked about this before because this boils down to the concept between developer-generated content and player-generated content and the difference between the two. Anyways, so Star Wars Galaxies, I'm like, all right, let's do this. Really? Here? This is where I am, isn't it? Whatever. So Star Wars Galaxies, I finally get down there, and I'm like, okay, cool, let's do stuff. I don't know what to do. And that was my first 3 days of Star Wars Galaxies. I don't know what to do.
Gemma said the laser batteries should be in a stash somewhere around here.
Okay, let's search around, dude.
Just roaming around, trying to figure out something to do. I'm going to skip ahead in the story a little bit because there was nothing to do. There were two types of quests back in Star Wars Galaxies at launch. There were the random bounties you could do to go and kill something to get some experience and money, which were exactly as threadbare as you're thinking. And then there was the totally a different thing, they called them theme parks. And you could gain reputation with the Rebel Alliance, the Galactic Empire. Oh, this is one of these things, okay. Or with the neutrals, like the Hutts and whatever. But the thing was, those missions were also just the exact same type of missions as the bounties. Go find some random thing, go kill some random thing, go back and turn in. Very, very threadbare, right? That was it for content. It took me a while to actually realize that, because I figured I was just missing it. Or maybe it wasn't in yet. No, that was it. So that was problem number one with Star Wars Galaxies. Nothing to do, and what there was to do was pretty terrible. Hey, Dragon. Hang on, I'm not done yet. Problem two with Star Wars Galaxies was it really didn't know how to handle its own engine, so everything looked, well, like not a good video game. I don't know how else to describe that. Like, clipping was a constant issue, halving was terrible, sometimes you get stuck on weird things, you know, just the whole thing played like a early video game. One of my favorite examples is how many rankers and ATSTs you'd see just stomping around indoors where all you can see is their feet because obviously they're in a hallway that's not as tall as they are. Stuff like that, right? Now, you're probably wondering why I even bothered pushing it that far into a game that had so little to do. Well, two big things. And I'm going to go and be honest about this because the first thing was that it was Star Wars. Not a great reason. I know. Go ahead and make fun. It's okay. I deserve it. But that was reason number one. It was Star Wars, and god dang it, I wanted to play a good Star Wars game. There aren't that many of those. Especially back then.
Could use some help over here. What?
Yeah, that was their solution to it, honestly. The other reason was Star Wars Galaxies actually did something I kind of liked. Can anyone guess what it is before I tell you? Those of you who've played it can probably guess it. But... Alright. There's this dude. Hi. Jobs? Nope. Housing? Housing was awful. At least at launch. Yeah, exactly, von Wolfenstein. I admittedly also liked Rebellion, which was called Supremacy in Europe, but even that is honestly not a good game. It's just, it was the only Star Wars strategy game. World building? Nope. Lack of Jedi? Nope. Community? I mean, kind of. One of my fondest memories of Star Wars Galaxies, no joke. So there's this one dude. He had maxed out he was the maxed out dancer tree, basically. And so in Star Wars Galaxies, you had like a red health bar, a green health bar, and a blue health bar. And it was like your health, your endurance, and your mind, I think, something like that. And that was it, by the way. This is the thing, the 3 health bars. Because you could kill something by killing its health, killing its endurance, or killing its mind, and it would work either way. They didn't do much with it at launch, but it was a neat enough idea that it caught my attention. Anyways. But in order to heal the mind, you danced, and that was the mind healer. So there was this dude, and I want you to imagine an extremely deformed, really fat, skinny guy, okay? Who's wandering around in what is effectively a diaper, who has maxed dancing. And he would go around to various cantinas and just dance, and people would flock to him because you know, they've taken mind damage, and that's how you'd heal it, is they just sit there and watch him dance for a while. Yes, a very fat, skinny guy. I'm not joking. Like, that's why he was deformed, like his body did this. Because, for those of you not aware, the Star Wars Galaxies character creator was stupid in how much you could do with it. Like, there was so many customization options.
There's a high-value target using a car parked near your location. Get there and plant a bomb on it.
Battery for that laser device secured, Jess.
Kinda like when Arthur fell into the moat of the evil Scotsman's castle, in the case of the Curious Chameleon. Hilarious and educational.
He had skinny legs and a skinny upper body. And he had a giant pot belly and a fat head. And again, a diaper. Or something that looked a hell of a lot like a diaper. Yes, although I think that actually wasn't in when I was playing Loner, because this was before that. I never got to play when they added Jedi. I never got to play when they added the space combat, you know, any of that stuff. I bowed out well before any of that. Yeah, no, it was kind of terrifying, Mr. Rook.
Gotta destroy that laser dog!
No, Malachor. I mean, you couldn't really play for the Imps. Any more than you could really play for the Rebels, or the... It was so bad. Star Wars Galaxies lasted a few years before they... it did, and then they shut it down pretty shortly thereafter. It's just this super skinny fat guy attacking. Hey, Baron. Yeah, it's funny, because Tor is essentially a better game in most ways. but at the same time, Tor is itself such a flawed game that it's like, oh man. So how much have I played of Left 4 Dead 2? So I have gone all the way through the entire campaign of Left 4 Dead 2 3 times, I think, at this point. Once with one friend, once with another friend, and then once with both friends together, and also a fourth friend, or third friend, excuse me. Never played it solo. Because why would I?
Negativ, Kommandant. Keine Soldaten für einen Verstärkungstrupp verfügbar.
I thought I said the second reason, Malachor. No, Mr. Red. Which is funny, because we'd have to do it solo if we did that. I mean, they're not long games, but still.
Keep slaughtering the Nazis like there's no goddamn tomorrow!
Wait, there's no tomorrow? It's time for my big confession, since there's no tomorrow. Let's see. Big, horrible confession. See, I'm pretty honest about most of my opinions, so I don't think I have a confession to make. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go off on that whole tirade. The whole reason I went off on that is because Blue Wolf Alex mentioned that FF14 isn't a good MMO. And the problem is, what is defined as an MMO is one of those things that's kind of, it depends on who you ask, right? Because, what is an MMO? Exactly. Some people would say that WoW Vanilla is an MMO, whereas WoW Legion is not. Some people would say that EVE Online is an MMO, and some people would say that it isn't, and so forth, and so you get the idea. So it's just like, what defines an MMO? My thoughts on the sequel trilogy. Well, that's just ridiculous in my opinion. Alright, so.
Gotta charge up the laser thingy, Jess.
We have reports coming that the Nazis are getting weaker. You are doing so great.
EVE Online was a game I wanted to like. I've said this before. 2 things pushed me out of EVE Online. Can anyone guess what those 2 things are? Or has heard me say this before? The community is absolutely one of them. No offense to anybody who likes EVE Online. Really. But the community, I don't know what else to call it, of EVE Online is really hostile. Just, wow. Yes, that is the intention, Knock Loose. I don't know how well I'm going to... Oh, no! No, I can't! I can't actually try out the multiplayer because of the hacking problem. So, no is the answer to that question. Forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to read the stories about what goes on in EVE Online, but I don't want to be a part of that. No, thank you. The other thing that pushed me out of EVE Online is, wait for it, nothing to do. There's no content for me. No developer-generated content. There's nothing to do. I could increase my money, I could increase my ship, and I couldn't do anything with it. This is the exact same thing I didn't like about EverQuest years and years ago. There's no content. So, yeah.
Yeah, we did it, Jess.
Right on, sis.
Good job, sisters. You can use the underground entrance to access Brother 2 now. Could come in handy.
What did that... Okay.
You girls are bloody amazing. I see now why your father spoke so highly of you. Thank you ever so much.
You're welcome, I guess. I mean, don't mistake me, there's certainly something to be said for a good sandbox, and I do know that, at least at certain points in history, the developers have done a good job of ensuring the sandbox, right? Like actually curating and adding stuff and blah, blah, blah. So it's a good sandbox. It's like Elite Dangerous, right? It's just, I have zero interest in it. In fact, I have negative interest in that. I don't care. Nothing to do. I'll play it for about 10 minutes and then be bored and then walk away from it. Not my thing. Looks like we're just going to Brother 2. Or we could hit that. But yeah, we'll go ahead and go into Brother 2. By the way, related to that lack of content thing, can anyone guess what most people I knew personally used Star Wars Galaxies for or as? Any guesses?
Hello.
There it is. Let's see the thing. Crafting? Good guess. Roleplay? Not quite. Money laundering? No. Now, it was a chat program. Now, that sounds like a joke, but I do not mean it as one. I don't even mean it as an insult. I knew people who would subscribe to Star Wars Galaxies because it was an effective chat program that they knew where their friends were and they could chat with them. That sounds weird. First of all, Discord. But second of all, please remember that chat programs were many and kind of terrible back in the day. You know, AIM, or the original ICQ, for example. And so there was a legitimate value in having a regular, repeatable, reliable chat program that they could hop in that they knew their friends would be on, that everybody had, rather than having to fire up Yahoo Messenger alongside, you know, it's called back in the day, and so forth and so on.
Hey, come help me out before I croak, Jack. Yeah.
Or MIRC, yep. So some people would subscribe to Star Wars Galaxies and Ultima Online and EverQuest just so they could hop in and chat with their friends. Wow, that guy. Just in the face, too. I think I was shooting him. It's kind of hard to tell because, well, what is lighting design? Yeah, I knew a dude as recently as about 2012 who still played Ultima Online just to hop in and chat with his buddies. Wow, I ran out of ammo on my freaking pistol. That is pathetic.
You got it.
I do. Solar Cat Plasma. No, Mr. Red. By the way, to me, what makes an MMO is actually the nature of how it approaches games as service, which I know is a bad word, and for good reason. But I mean that statement. You have an MMO is all about trying to sell you a game that has repeated, regular content updates, so you have more stuff to do, and you can keep playing it. Actual, you know, real content updates and real meaty patches and yada yada yada. It's one of the other reasons I got so big into Asheron's Call. Because Asheron's Call had a regular policy of doing a patch once a month. They'd add stuff, do quests, do drops, do mobs, do whatever, and they just add stuff every month. It was actually a big deal at the time, because the other big MMO at the time, EverQuest, didn't do that. EverQuest instead would come out with an expansion roughly every 6 months, and that would be their content cycle.
Could use some...
I'm here. Let's get you back up.
No, try Hexia. I haven't done a full study on it, so I don't know what the initiator was. But once enough people were interested in EVE Online, that was that. There's a snowball effect when it comes to game popularity, and EVE Online is a good example of that. Once enough, so to explain that a little bit, and that's not a dig, by the way, I don't mean that in a negative way, so don't take it that way. What I mean by that is, if you make a game, how many video games are out there that are sandboxes? I'm just going to cut you off because there's a bunch. There's actually a lot of sandbox games. Yet how many of them actually have a large player base? How many of them have the kind of popularity that EVE Online does? And the answer is very, 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 very few. Because what you need in order for that kind of a game to be big is you need a player base. And players tend to go where the other players are. It's a natural, like, gravitational kind of thing, or magnetic, or whatever you want to think of that. So people will tend to gravitate towards the games that other people have already gravitated towards. So as soon as EVE Online hit the threshold, whatever it is, I don't actually know what it is, because like I said, I haven't done a full in-depth research on it, but once EVE Online hit that threshold, that was that. They were secure. They were the player-generated content MMO, and they locked in as that. Yeah, critical mass, that's what I was trying to do. There's a critical mass factor. Once the corporations really got big and started being reported on in news outlets, yeah, no, that's officially the moment in which other people are like, oh, that sounds cool. Oh, I want to be a part of that. And it's also kind of a self-selecting thing in its own way. Because, as of this, I remember I mentioned the community pushed me out of the game? Well, that's because the community is very unwelcoming. On purpose. Because not only, I mean, there's dicks in the game, obviously, that's part of the problem. But the other thing is, that way it's a self-selecting group. The only people who are going to put up with EVE Online long enough in order to actually be in it are the people who are probably the kind of people who are already playing it. Sounds mate? Shooting this guy in the face. There we go. One of my favorite excuses for killing a newbie player in EVE Online was because the person was bored. He even talked to me about it afterwards. He was like, yeah, sorry, I was just bored. He gave me a new ship afterwards, a destroyer. It was my first destroyer. It's from a guy who killed me because he was bored. I don't know what else to add to that.
This fucker's going down!
You're killing it, sis! Fucking it!
Don't mistake me, I do think there's other factors as to why EVE Online has been as successful as it is. I'm just saying, the moment they hit that, you know, that critical mass point, they were good. And still are. Now, the funny thing is, whether or not WoW will endure in the same way is something we don't know yet. To pull it back to WoW. Because WoW hit critical mass a long time ago. When exactly is debatable. I would frankly say that WoW hit critical mass in vanilla. That's just me. Vanilla wasn't even good, it's just that... But anyways, point being, whether or not WoW will endure at this point is debatable, one way or the other. As has been pointed out many times, we won't even know that for another year or so.
Brother 2 was a second tower built by General Lothar Brandt. Established in 1969, it was to function as a transportation hub for the Nazi military in Paris. Large, heavy Nazi machines are stored here, so please be careful.
Listen, no one's gonna hire me to write for WoW, so.
Okay, girls.
Also, I'd probably say no at this point in history.
Depot, connecting the tower to the sewers.
Okay. Point us to the main computer.
Just make your way past the garage to the main lobby, then head up to the top of the tower. Main computer should be in that area.
Thanks, Abby.
Stay on your toes.
I suppose I should try customizing my stuff here. So hang on. We still can't access until level 30. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. So, this is the gun we keep using. This one, I think. Yep, that's the one. So what we got? What can we customize? So do we want accuracy, fire rate, or damage for our primary gun? I'm leaning towards damage. Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you exactly what I would do. You know, in a Q power scenario. I would rip the IPs out of Active Blizzard and just take over them myself. All of them. Overwatch, Diablo, StarCraft, Warcraft. Yeah, I'm leaning towards damage myself. The Steer brand upgrades. So, sure. So let's do that. Crash is under Activision. There. So, we all know Crash sucks. I'm kidding. I mean, I didn't care for it. I'm not gonna lie about that, but... Yep, let's just go full Steer. Buy all these upgrades. Actually, it's funny you say that, Von Falkenstein, because that's pretty close to exactly what I'd do. I'd sit down, spend some time, and kind of go, thunk, flatten out the cannon, codify the cannon, you know, like they started doing back in Pandaria and up to Legion, and then stopped. And then I would start the next Warcraft game at Warcraft 1. And that is exactly what I would do. And you already get the idea, right? You already know where I would go from there. Okay, so we have full Steer, which is giving us plus 10% damage because of the set bonus. That's what that is. And it looks like we can improve it, which we can just do right now. We can afford that. Is that it? Yep, that gun is now as maxed as it's getting. That's it. That's the upgrade. Well, we'll see how it plays, but it's hoping for something a little more than that. Nothing increases my ammo. I hope you like it, Pillars of Snow. But yeah, just hard reboot it. Just boom. I mean, I'd keep a lot of similarities, but I would effectively pull a Warcraft rewrite. Codify a few things, change how it presents a few things. Yeah, What do we do with melee? Nothing. It's purely cosmetic. Okay! Yeah, not burn the tree. Or, if you're gonna burn the tree, do it right. Right? We just talked about this yesterday. If you're going to do a big moment in your game, you gotta do it right. You know, Modern Warfare. The good Modern Warfares is all I have to say about that. It's not like burning... See, that's the problem. Burning the tree wasn't really the issue. It was everything around burning the tree that was the issue. God. That's why I always say they burned my home. Because burning Delta, nah, I don't care. No, I mean, I care, obviously. But no, they burned WoW. They burned the world. They burned the story. They burned my home. I think I'm going to upgrade that. Because this is what I have to use for the frickin' dark sections. Which, so far, we've seen several of. And I don't want to go through any more of those. So, more damage? Is that what I'm hearing? Let's actually try out. Let's try out our newly kitted out gun. See how this new damage feels before we progress. Pick something else. Here, let's see what I'm looking at here. Okay. Time. Yes. I don't believe it was in New Colossus Chemic, but I could be wrong. I don't remember it being in. Actually, I did notice that, Aslus. Like, it's... Part of why I love that scene so much was those details. Because they got so many because a scene like that lives and breathes on those details, right? That's why I talked about that in the rumination. It's like, yeah, the whole point of bullet point syndrome is when you don't pay attention to those nuanced details and you just say, oh, so we're gonna threaten a wife and child. Okay, cool. No, you gotta execute it right. No pun intended. So we're definitely doing a substantially larger amount of damage. I don't know if you can see that. That much more damage, for example.
Gonna take out this nonsense.
We'll see how long it takes to kill the boss of this level.
Grenade! Okay, I'm shooting down the drone.
You know what's really funny is Sylvanas' story arc from Warcraft 3 to Shadowlands has been relatively smooth, logical, and well thought out, with only a couple of blips here and there. It's just funny to think about. Let's go up or down? Up. Okay, good. Yeah, no kidding. If the upgrades did nothing, that would easily be more negative territory. Oh, I'm not close to snow. It's so pathetic. By the way, notice my bullets are on fire now, because apparently I've just got incendiary rounds. Here's gonna be something with some real health. Let's see how this new gun does on this thing. That was substantially faster. Sad, actually, but it's true. It means I probably need to upgrade the assault rifle next, so I have a heavy armor shredder as well. Yeah, I know, right, Von Wolfenstein? If I actually was expecting them all to all have knives, since that's actually a real problem historically in London and in Britain in general. Yeah, I don't know. That's one of those hiccups I mentioned. But one of the things, this is going to sound strange, but I don't think Sylvanas working for the jailer is an aspect of her being badly written. Which I know that sounds weird. Hear me out for a second. The reason I say that is because it is the jailer who is terribly written. Of all of the things they've done wrong with the jailer, allow me to go ahead and really nail down the thing that bothers me personally the most. So you have a villain. Doesn't even have to be Warcraft. In any fiction.
Reminds me of that time we got to...
So you've got this big old villain, and they want to dominate the everything everywhere simultaneously. Total control. If you remember, Palpatine was similar to this. Now, that person cannot accomplish this alone. So they need people that work for them. They need minions. They need loyal supporters. The jailer has hundreds and thousands of loyal supporters. Why? Well, why did Palpatine have so many loyal supporters? Well, he knew how to bribe and bargain people, and he knew how to use the carrot. He knew how to use the stick. He knew how to lie and deceive, and had a ridiculously high charisma score to convince people to do his bidding or be on his side or vote for him or whatever. So, okay, sense make. Cool. Why do people work for the jailer? That's true. Palpatine steered the Republic out of a major crisis. He has the PR boost, right? Actually, no, it's not even mind control. That's the stupidest thing. So many people across so many walks of life work for the jailer willingly for no explained reason. It's the I've got to start calling this Star Trek syndrome. It's the Star Trek syndrome. No thought was put into why people work for him. People just work for him. And it's the same thing with Sylvanas. It is the exact same thing. The reason Sylvanas works for him is because... End statement. No charisma, no thought, no manipulation, no Caesar, no nothing.
What was that wooden thingy Jacques gave you, son?
King chess piece. Keeping it right here in my pocket.
So you see why I say it's a problem with the jailer, not Sylvanas. I mean, I know that's kind of nitty-grittying and nitpicking a little bit, but he is so badly written, it's discouraging. This is Warcraft. How many good villains have Warcraft had? Has Warcraft had? I'll give you a hint. There's a lot. Opinions differ, of course. But Warcraft has had tons of awesome villains over a decade of storytelling. What is with this loser? Hold on, I'm sorry. What? There we go. Okay, sorry. It unselected the quest for some reason, and I was legitimately confused. I apologize. The who? Knock loose? I've never heard of a Lich King before. That's true. The jailer is also the big villain behind everything, including, if you buy into it, the Legion, which, by the way, I don't buy into that. You are not going to come and tell me that Sir Bobface was behind Palpatine's reign the entire time, to stretch the metaphor. I like Sir Bobface as much as the next guy. He's the whole reason Kane was able to actually accomplish as much as he did in this particular timeline. I've actually thought about what I would do with the jailer, but the problem is I know exactly what I do with the jailer. No, literally. I'll tell you right now, if we ever do a Warcraft Rewrite series, this will go into canon, or more canon, or whatever. Smithy. 30 go to 10. Boom, there's the jailer. Done! It just fits so much better, and so much more smoothly, and so much more easily. Please do not aggro me. He aggroed me. Bye!
Hell yeah, dude! Going for the Citadel, kid!
It's a programming thing. It's a shorthand for when a program has gone out of control, Mr. Red. So in other words, so if you ever hear me say 30 go to 10, it means on line 30 go to line 10. That's the program. So what happens if you write a program and the program is on line 10 nothing happens, on line 20 nothing happens, on line 30 go to 10. Actually, yeah, that's a better example, Kira White Noise. Everything was always Exar Kun. All of it. All the Darths. All the non-Darths. Everything. Tarkin was actually working for Exar Kun the entire time.
Du bist im Weg! Ich kann nicht schießen!
Can I help you? Exar Kun is just that amazing. In fact, Jabba the Hutt was also working for Exar Kun. pretty impressive too, think about it. In Java?
You got it!
Oh, and Shizor was working for Twister. But Twister was working for Exarchun. Because everyone was working for Exarchun. Yep, Luke Skywalker was actually working for Exarchun. At the very end, Luke walks out and says, "I'm sorry. It was the only way to free the galaxy." And Exarchun says, "I will dominate the entire galaxy." And Luke's like, "Wait, what? Oh, shoot!" And then Luke's like, "I will never serve," and then shoots an arrow at him. Now that sounds facetious and that sounds like a joke, but you see the point. You see why I say it is the jailer that is the problem with narratively with the Shadowlands. Luke's Darth name? Darth Strength. I don't have any bases in that, it's just the first thing that came to me, and that's kind of how that works, so. Based off of strength, specifically. You'll never do it, Twister! Oh, Darth Solar, I like that. Yeah, Luke actually did go to the dark side, what, twice that I'm aware of? In the EU, obviously. Never took on a Darth name. Darth Solar is pretty legit, though. I like that. Damn it, Vigilant. Yes, I reached out to the Force, and your name, Lona, shall be Darth Puppykins. I don't know. It's just what they're telling me. I don't look at me. I don't do this thing. No, Darth Solar is legit. I like that. And you gotta emphasize. Don't say Solar. Darth Solar. You gotta, like, emphasize the second syllable there. No. No. Don't do this to me. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're back. Oh yeah, spell it differently. To pronounce it Solar. There's no... I can't, Mr. Ed. It's literally not an option. Okay, well, I need a code from somewhere. I could just guess, or maybe I already picked it up. Let's see if I already picked it up. Oh, I did. Hey, so here's our second door opener.
These mini computers are way cool. Bet there's something interesting on it.
Dude, totally.
Dude, Daddy said you could stick explosives to Nazis with this.
That sounds too cool.
I do like sticking explosives to Nazis. It's pretty legit, but...
Taking care of this one.
Roger, sis, dude. Sis, bro. Well, you see Nexus of Concordia. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to mute for that, since I'm actually coming up with stuff. So what they do is they use the forbidden magic that Kane brought back from the Phazon experiments that the Skrid were performing in the original timeline. And that actually allows the Diesel to mix with Phazon, Tiberium, and Ardent all at the same time. Now, if you're paying attention, Phazon is already Ardent and Tiberium. So what happens is when you combine them, you actually get like a... It's like folding steel, right? Except on an energy level. And that's what it actually shoots, is folded energy of Phazon on top of a thing, and it explodes, and it just destroys anything in its path, because it's Phazon. That's how that works. Now, the best part is this will actually destroy the target's soul as well. So these Nazis, they're gone. They're not just dead. You mean other than Hitler, Mr. Red? Because the answer's Hitler.
Suche eine bessere Position!
No, really, the answer's Hitler.
Ändere Position!
Where is he? Where are you, person who I'm stuck in combat with? I'm gonna get away from that. And that's why. Now, Hitler's turbo dead. Unless Hitler actually was B.J. Blazkowicz all along. That's stupid. No, that's not it. No, it's actually much worse than that. I already said who Hitler was. Hitler was Kane. Okay, this is stupid. Okay. Well, they can't figure out how to get down, and I'm having trouble figuring out how to get up. So let's see if I can get up here. Whoop. That's not how we get up. Actually, I would agree with that about Wolfenstein. She was a really terrible person. But then again, I did like her daughter. Would you stop shooting me, please? Please? Stop shooting me. No. Seriously. Ah! Stop shooting me while I'm killing your buddy. Here. Really? Whatever, he's dead. Your turn. So if it's not obvious, I'm standing on terrain that's clearly not meant to be stand-onable. That's why I keep having issues here. The audio balance is not super great. There are several times where I literally can't tell what people are saying, if not for the subtitles. And again, to go back to the Robostall meme, but they're speaking English. By the way, I bet this is the boss of this area.
I souped up back at home?
Yeah, as I recall, it broke down the day after, and Mama and Daddy cut your allowance for 3 months, Jess.
You have an allowance at your age? I know it was in the past. Oh, yeah, it does not want me on that. I know, that's true. There's got to be a way to get up. How do? No, Mr. Red. Oh yeah, the trust fund access. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Listen, just because the Nazis had conquered the world, were pushed back from having conquered the world to merely having conquered a continent, doesn't mean we can't have little things like an allowance and simple life. Life of freedom. Just smell that freedom. That's a good point. We need to upgrade our power of friendship. But I can't until I'm level 30. I'm level 30. What level am I? I'm level 27. So at level 30, I can't. This is not a joke. I can upgrade my power of friendship. Okay, it looks like that goes over there, maybe? That would be sweet, but I agree. And not just because Doom Eternal's awesome.
Explosive to that thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get. How do I get up there? What is the? I'm actually getting angry. What is the intended route to get up there? I have tried 2 separate methods of bomb jumping it.
I think Daddy got so broody before he disappeared, Jess.
Neither has worked.
So you should totally ask him when we find him.
Okay, got it. He doesn't want me to get up there. He wants me to do this.
It worked, Jess.
Fucking A.
Give in, Mr. Red. Give in to the gamer side of the force.
I'm catching up.
Soon enough, the backlog will consume you. bonus area? Apparently there's another door we have not gotten access to yet, or another thing we haven't gotten access to yet. So this is this one. Jess, I need you to move. Thank you. Yes. That was a lot of nothing for nothing. Dude, righteous.
The tower commanders of Brother 2 are in charge of the landing strips on the roof. Hunt them down, kill them, and steal their keys so I can hack the main computer.
Yeah, I'm starting to think it's a combination of the bad writing, which is bad, and the director not knowing what to make of
We're
it.
inside the main lobby.
I think that's
Good
the
work,
issue.
girls. Now look for an elevator. It should take you higher up the tower.
Hello. See, he waved all polite like. Wish more Nazis would be polite like that before I shoot them. Nice, Soviet statues.
You got it!
Help you. Apparently not. Jesus Christ. Hey. So I'm gonna see if she reses me while standing right next to me. Now, she's in combat. Okay, fine. Res me. Yeah, so they train... This is actually kind of horrible, if you think about it for 5 seconds. So they train their dogs to rush up and attack people, and they attach proximity bombs to them. Please think about that for a few seconds. Actually can't exit yet. That's interesting. I was wondering if I could, since I never actually tried earlier. Yeah, I was gonna say, change the symbols around and get rid of the statues. I'm not a big fan of statues. Or statues in general, actually. I saw someone up. Now see, this will be the video game development department. That's what this will be. This will be where you all will be working. Alright, guys. I need... So I took over Warcraft, right? So I'm going to need to work on Warcraft 1, and here's the deal. I need it as soon as you can finish it within reason. But I swear to God, if any of you, if I hear about anyone working more than 30 hours a week, you're fired. Any questions? I think it's time to pull the trigger on this. Let's go ahead and upgrade our only heavy armor killing thing. I think it's this thing. No, it's this thing. Yeah, that one. Would be my Heidegger? That's a good question, actually. Probably Valerian. Or Mr. Red. Mr. Red, you are now Heidegger. Congrats. There we go. I'll always know I have one of my good guns equipped, because I put skins on them. I know, it's almost like I'll have to pay you enough to make sure you learn a living wage. Accommodating for the 30-hour work week. I've actually thought about this. Listen, all I'm saying is that everyone should crunch as often as I do. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. Never work as much as I do.
Keep it up! Show those Nazis who's the boss!
Here we have the Klasse A Walpurgisnacht and Klasse B Nachtfalter. No, this is the damage variant of Wolfenstein. Over here we have the GTK Schmetterling 61, the R Schlammspringer MRSP 80. No, you're fired, Pillar of Snow. You have to get it. Now, I'll give you a warning. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. You get one warning. Just the one, though. Wasn't this the thing in the last game? The big airship? Probably. This is the Osmers, excuse me. I mean, let's be honest, everything sounds more dramatic in German. It's like how everything sounds more fanciful in French. C Matrix 2 for good example of that.
This reminds...
Yep, everything sounds more posh and British. It's just tones. Hi. Okay, that was probably the most satisfying thing I've done in this entire game, and that's sort of sad, but it's still true.
So fun target! Hold on! Show them what you got, sis! You got it!
One of my favorite older Simpsons language jokes is they're going to Germany, and there's this guy, and obviously Homer doesn't speak German, so he's just like, hey, can you help me? And the guy, I'm going to paraphrase here because I obviously don't speak German, is like, and Homer's like, oh my god, and runs off. And we see the subtitles where he's just, you know, helpful and polite and calm in his words. You know. Simpsons. Back when you were good. Italian? I can't picture Italian in my head, off the top of my head. Sexy? Yeah, okay, I can see that. Of course, we all know what American would sound like. We all know Americans sound like dumb hicks who are fat and have guns, and run around eating oil. Just straight up guzzling the oil. That's actually what this is. It's just... Yeah, Canadians sound polite. Gotta have that. See, Japanese sound like two things. They either sound extremely polite and reserved, or absolutely terrifyingly furious. Hey, Detective Rarity, man, it's been a while. What's up? I'll be things in the place that you were at, which I don't know, and don't tell me. hopefully it is going better.
Cool. A
than
disc. Might be something important on it.
Modern Warfare. Guts Edition. It's actually just a game with a large sword. That's all it is. Really? 0451? God dang it.
Hey girls, the Nazis are doing maintenance work on the outside of the tower at the upper levels. Climb up the scaffolding to reach the floor with the rooftop access elevator.
You want me to what? You know how high up we are right now? I'll give you a hint. That's how high up we are right now. You see that below us? That's clouds! Oh god, DirectD, I have really been disappointed. There's a reason we keep talking about completely random off-topic things. It's because this game sucks. Like, I am mentally thinking about other negatives I'm going to be giving, because I've already thought of 2 since I started streaming, since the lunch break.
Hey, stehen bleiben!
This is not a good game.
Oh, that was so fucking cool, so...
Shut up. Yeah, when you get high enough that the ground looks blurry, you're officially up in the air.
Thanks, sis.
A little disorienting. Honestly, I'm leaning that way a little bit. And it's... I wish it wasn't. You know? I guess that sounds stupid to say that. But there's still a minority of people who seem to think that I like being negative about things. And it's like, no, this sucks. And that sucks. It sucks that it sucks? Yeah, no, I'm going to stand by that statement. It is recursively suckitude. Like, at least a game that gets several negatives,
Access elevator is located
like Drakengard, for example, still has something to it. Whereas this is just...
Girls, 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 do not lose hope. I can see the spirit of your father in you. Use it.
Sure. Ugh. Yeah, nope, that is what they wanted me to do. Honestly, that didn't look doable at first glance, but, you know, whatever. We're just gonna live with that. So bad, it's bad. I mean, that is something I've said several times. There is such a thing as so bad it's good. There's such a thing as a bad game or a bad execution of a good idea or a neat concept. I was just talking about Star Wars Galaxies earlier, and how it did several cool ideas that, you know, helped uplift it, even for me. I didn't like it. But then you have So Bad It's Bad. And So Bad Is Bad is something I've talked about on this show several times. Usually when I say that, I just say it is just plain bad. There's no other addendums. There's no extra caveat. It's just bad.
This Nazi douchebag is toast!
Yeah, can you teleport to me, please, sis? Thank you. So anyways, this is why I went ahead and played it during my lunch break to try and level up a bit. Because I kind of want to get this game over.
Thanks, dude.
Wow, that is the upgraded version. Like, this is a maxed out assault rifle. Yeah, no, there's no bullet sponginess. I don't know what you're talking about. Jesus. Well, I'm glad you're liking the portals, DirectD. Really. I have heard from a few people who just essentially don't like the portals, and I mean, that sucks too. Yeah, no, it feels like we're going back to the same area. We're not. We're much higher up. We're on the... So we have just gone through the second of what I believe is 3 dungeons. So each of these dungeons is actually 3 areas separated by these elevator rides. Yeah, these elevator rides. That is a fully upgraded, with the damage mod and damage set bonus, assault rifle detective rarity. That's one of the negatives I'm considering, General Orthodox.
We've reached the top of the tower, Abby.
Okay.
I don't know, so
now look around for the tower commanders. You only need 2 keys to open the main computer.
Is the cheat flag up? No. I actually don't think I can cheat in this game. Because of the nature of how it's working and the always online thing and blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, make sure to get your guesses in for the thing. Just type in exclamation mark guess, look for your name, and if it's there, add it if it's not. That's this one.
You ever get that feeling we're just not making a bit of difference?
No.
Like, we're blasting Nazis left and right, but they just keep a-coming.
Mama said it's not about how much damage you can deal, sis. It's about how much you can take. We are gonna outlast these fuckers, sis.
I'm just waiting for the big reveal when we meet BJ Blazkowicz, and I'm gonna laugh if whatever the actual reveal is lines up with our ridiculous headcanon. What do you want to bet? Yep, there's our boss. It is the same type of boss, but he has different attacks, so that's something. He has different armor type, too, I just noticed. So, it's a guy who has a big, spready AoE attack in a nice big area with no cover. Or terrain to maneuver around. And that's what we call boring, by the way. Or perhaps more accurately, not designed. No, we're dead. Well, let's bleed out.
I'm down! Reckon you could give me some help?
Yep.
Back in the fight. Let's shoot the Nazis.
This is the funnest thing ever.
Keep up the good work, folks.
Oh. See, I'm knocking off pieces of armor, it's just not doing anything. I actually found myself wondering, because you remember earlier I knocked off armor off of that one armored dude? It was just an armored guy. And I managed to knock off his helmet and start doing headshots, and I wasn't doing any additional damage despite having knocked off his armor. I actually legitimately think it's cosmetic. I think someone didn't program in weak spots or taking more damage because armor's not there into the freaking game.
I need assistance!
Need a bit of help over here, Jess!
Back up on the horse, baby. Let's go. Grenade incoming! Move out! You're great, Stone! Hell
I should be knocked loose. I have literally as good of a gun as I can get. 2 of them. Still can't level up my power of friendship. Yes, plenty, Lunar. There is both mind control, magic, and cybernetic tech that can make that happen. So there's plenty of ways that could be a thing. Yes, I can bug Wolfenstein. I can upgrade those. I can't upgrade them in the way I want to, but it is possible to upgrade them. Yeah, there's the diesel craft and there's the laser craft. So I can make it have more accuracy, fire rate, or damage. Accuracy, fire rate, or damage, and you get the you get it. So, okay, hang on. So let's give out some negatives. Yeah, it's just straight stat increases. And that sucks.
Good job, ladies. Now take the keys from the commanders.
If given a choice, Knock Loose, I'd go with in-game objectives. Kind of like, you know, Doom 4. Or Doom 5, I think. Did Doom 5 do? I think Doom 5 did that. This game is so good, Solar Cat Plasma. You should go out and buy this game right now. This guy didn't buy this game. You want to be like that guy? Or do you want to be a cool dude? Or dudette? Or duderella? Or duderonomy? Why is this music starting now?
Thank you, Jess.
Hang on. Let me load a second clip into this person with my fully turbomaxed gun. To do damage, I want to reiterate, I have it cranked to do the most damage possible. Reiterating that point.
Okay, that Nazi commander is gonna bite the dust.
Oh, hello. I am the Nazi commandant. You can tell because I am very evil. Oh yeah, I need come res me, please.
Come on! You're doing great, so got myself a key here.
I have no knowledge of cheats in this game. I haven't even looked it up. I'm assuming not because of all the online bullcrap, but who knows. Yeah, I'll play this game over getting shot in the head. Let's not get into exaggerations here. Game still sucks though.
I'm down for the count, sis. Can you give me a hand?
Need to shut down that super soldier.
Could use some help over here. I'm out, Jess. Come and help me if you can.
Okay. Keep up the good work.
That's an inspirational, Jess.
Really low on ammo on my two good guns, too. You notice that? Time to bring out the crap shotgun. Can anyone guess why I call this the crap shotgun?
Taking out that Nazi commander, sis.
We got both keys now.
Good job, girls. Now put them into the main computer and open it for me.
No, this is actively boring. I mean, I hope you all have been enjoying. That is kind of my job, is to, you know, entertain and inform. I would not recommend this game even on a it's so bad it's good level. I'm actually already at the point where I'm just kind of trying to rush through as quickly as possible. Yeah, I'm already thinking...
Right, 1 second, please. Hell yeah, I'm in. This is amazing. All right, girls, now get out of there.
On our way.
I'm already thinking about expanding some of the negatives into more than one negative for it. I haven't decided 100% yet, but I'm leaning that way. You two can be a Zeppelin mechanic. My favorite part about the dungeon design for the Big Brother dungeons.
So, Arthur and Kenneth
One
just
more
caught
fragment
Tread
of the
Lothar
Lothar
transmission cryptic, girls. Listen.
Labor X ist für uns von entscheidender Bedeutung, General Messer. Dort unten entwickeln wir Technologien, die es uns erlauben werden, die kommenden schweren Jahre zu überstehen Bill sagt, dass das nur Geldverschwendung sei und dass ich abgesetzt werde, wenn ich so weitermache. Aber was wissen diese Einfallspinsel schon? Dringen Sie Ihre Leute in Berlin, mir gegenüber loyal zu bleiben, General Messer, ganz gleich, was noch passieren wird. Wir werden warten, wie Haie im trüben Wasser. Hören Sie zu, der Aufstieg...
Working on the rest of the transmission.
Yep, we'll have the rest of that transmission after the next dungeon. I lost my train of thought. I mean, Ride to Hell Retribution is probably a worse game than this. I keep saying that, even though I've actually played all the way through that game. I'm not sure. I'm really not.
Going down, Jess! Need some assistance over here!
At least I don't have to deal with an AI partner in RTR.
Grenade, take cover! Hey, come help me out before I croak, Jess! Where are you, Jess?
I like power armor of all types, Secto. Oh yeah, also we could make a lot more fun of Ride to Hell Retribution than this poor class.
You got it! Fuck yeah, Jess, you're slaying it!
Would I recommend Farscape? Yes. Just blanket recommendation without any other caveats or spoilers or anything else, yes. Episode 1 is arguably a good example of what Farscape is going to be like, though. Obviously, the show does get better. Most shows do.
Thanks, dude.
But the first episode does get across the tone and style and feel. It's a little wacky, a little zany. Very, like, just shockingly dark. And, doesn't hold back, like, at all. Alrighty. There we go. Yeah, I know. I'm trying not to make the "how do you do" kids reference too often, since I've already mentioned it 3 times. But, yeah, there's a lot of that. Farscape, yeah, I would say Farscape's pretty freaking dark.
Sorry, go ahead, Abby.
So, Arthur and Kenneth just caught Tread Slackbottom trying to kill the Baroness Goose. That was pretty cool.
Tread Slackbottom is such a funny character.
Oh, totally. Just wait, it gets even better.
Open with God key. What? Also, that is straight up the Galactic Empire symbol. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to get across, Leonard. If I was to try and parallel Farscape to a video game, I would say it's very similar to the Yakuza series. Ridiculous, dorky, silly, and also, you know, dark, serious drama. Okay. I mean, yes, the Galactic Empire was quite literally designed to emulate the Nazi Party, but... Oh god, please tell me I'm not going to have to backtrack through these stupid dungeons once I get the God key. Is that even an option? Hang on. That is... I mean, I could turn off the voices. You'll notice I've already turned them down, by the way. So all we'd get is subtitles periodically. Killing it, dude! Yep, no, it wants me to go up. Okay. That's cool, I can figure out how to go up. Actually, it's funny you bring that up, Von Falkenstein, so I don't know if you're aware of this. But when this game was first announced, it was heavily marketed that the two twins were actually rather different from each other. One was the stealth and one was the loud. And so it was assumed that the mission design would complement that, right? And that there would be, you know, different level trees and different attacks and different weapons and all that. I should probably mention that aside from the jump thing, which honestly feels more like a bug than anything else, the twins are exactly identical in gameplay. So... no.
Du! Stehen bleiben!
Alright. I see they have the aperture cameras here. How do I get up there? Okay, hang on. Just... Okay. Don't we give any more negatives right now. Although this is about the third time I haven't been able to figure out where to go, because the minimap is actually terrible. To the point of almost being useless. That is a good question, Kira1. We do know with certainty that there was some executive meddling on this game, but we don't know the full extent, so... This is where I just was a minute ago. So further up in here... No. Ours up there, so that wasn't it. Let's try this one. The most zany thing that Trek did, other than Rascals... No, the most zany thing that Trek did was either Bada Bing, Bada Boom, or Little Green Men, both on Deep Space Nine.
Hey, I'll be there soon, sis.
No, a piece of the action isn't zany. A piece of the action is good. But I mean that kind of sincerely, like, you know... Zany is its own thing. Zany isn't necessarily comedy, right? Trek has done comedy several times, but zany, it doesn't do zany very often. Toon power. Well, if we could figure out a way to tap into toon power, we would have the ultimate Nazi killing force. Any questions? There. 7 Ferengi or something like that. Really? I just need to go to a map? You've got to be kidding me. You know what? I don't even care. Let's go. You have encountered a grand total of 3 so far. Solar Cat Plasma. I'm pretty sure I'm over halfway through this game, too. That was it. Magnificent Ferengi.
It's supposed to be in the Nazi interrogation center.
Let's go find it, then.
Fuck. These Nazis are getting close.
Don't worry, there's no Nazis around here. Just giant Mechas. of these.
Not this one.
Oh my god.
Nope.
No, never mind. It actually says where it is. B gamma. B gamma. There it is. Excuse me. I was about to be pissed if it was just like, yeah, pick one randomly. What? It wasn't at B gamma.
On my way, don't have a cow! Motherfuckers got me, Jen! Okay, get you back on your feet!
Please go away and stop spawning.
Ich wechsle die Position! Anfrage abgelehnt, Kommandant. Keine weiteren Soldaten verfügbar.
That was B gamma, right? Like, I'm not blind. Yep, no, that was B gamma. Okay. Well. Time to do this.
Nope.
You're doing great, so...
Not this one.
Video games, ladies and gentlemen.
Not this one. It ain't here. Not this one. Nope. Nope. It ain't here. It ain't here. It ain't here.
Why are there two B gammas?
This girl right here found the tape first. Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. Really? That's because I'm in combat. I'm in combat with... Hey, over here, buddy. I'm out of combat. No. Hello? Bad guys? Could you come out so I can kill you? Please. Be your best friend. Oh. They de-aggroed. Out of here.
Howdy.
There's new quests. Oh my god, there's new quests. Okay, okay, it's okay. I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Doing it by Happy Place.
Howdy, y'all.
I talk to you?
We should probably get our lives back.
Whoa, what the hell could that be?
You know, I just realized that's a loaded sentence, isn't it? We better get our lives back while playing this game. No chance of that.
Was the mission successful? Thank you for acquiring these Lothar tapes. I suspect they will help us more than you know. Merci beaucoup.
Of course she has a new quest.
Yesterday, one of our brave resistance fighters, a young man named Julien, was caught during a raid on a Nazi ammo supply. He has crucial information needed for upcoming planned attacks. Please, go to the prison wing in Brother 1 and get him out. Before they kill him.
I'm sorry, did you just give me a side quest to go back into one of the 3 major dungeons that suck? I feel like that's what you just told me. Was go right freaking back into the Brother dungeons. Okay. Well, I've been wanting to test something anyways, and the side quests have already gotten a negative. So, we're going to test something. This should go very well, I'm sure. But considering most of the enemies have actually been level scaled to our level, this might actually go alright. We'll see. So we're not going to pick up those other quests, because screw them. What? No. Really? Yeah, no, okay. Sure, I guess. Man, I'm not on Wolfenstein. I mean, I get why. You've played this game before. It sucks. I get it. It's just... You know? Hey, spoke off. Yeah, this has been rough. This has been pretty damn rough. So, hypothetically, if I were to expand any of the negatives for the sisters, their dialogue, the banter, and the voice acting into a second negative, which one do you think would be best suited to do that? What do you think is the worst aspect of them in this game so far? Thoughts, opinions? I don't know, Detective Rarity. I've heard teenager girls talk to each other, and it sounds absolutely nothing like this, so...
I'm focusing on the reserve store now! I'm a kill, asshole! Good work, so...
Thank you, Jess!
Hey, do that! Schicken Verstärkung zu Ihnen, Kommandant.
I'm shooting at the Nazi commander. Let's kill him. Gotta take out this Nazi.
I mean, you can take out the Nazi if you want to. I'm kind of busy right now. Yeah, everything here is just level 30, as expected. And that's just this area again.
I'm coming, Soph. This fucker's going
Shut
down.
down, Jess!
Waiting like a stuck pig here, Soph.
I knew it, Detective Rarity! This is actually you!
In your area.
In disguise.
As many as you can.
Yeah.
Okay?
I need some assistance, Soph.
Yeah, no, you're dead, Jess. Sorry. Or should I say, you're dead, Detective Rarity! Alright, once you res, you'll be over here.
Help me out, sis! Please?
No. And dead.
Back in
And
action?
we open this, and we get a life back.
Du bist im Weg! Weg da, sonst kann ich dich schießen!
I don't want to bet it's not even in this zone. I don't have a quest for it, so I'm just looking for it blindly right now. Good old-fashioned running around exploration. It'll be down, wherever it is.
I'm taking out that Nazi commander, sis.
Well, we can kill this guy, so... Oh, we're not killing any of you. We're saving you. Be safe. Watch out for the 700,000 Nazis right behind us. Bye.
Hey, du, stehen bleiben! Du blockierst mir die Sicht! Oh. Ich muss meine Position wechseln!
Okay.
I'm shooting at the Nazi commander. Let's kill him.
He's fine. Leave him be. He's already got a hard knock life.
Taking care of this one. Keep up the good work, Joe.
Thank you, Jess.
All right. Well, that sucks. Can I do this? I cannot. I found out something. Try now. There we go. Let's try this. Let's see if we can find something here.
Hiya.
Decades. Nexus of Concordia. Decades ago.
Hello.
Actually, I could see that Kira White noise. These two kids would work a lot better if this was Pandora.
Hey,
Salut.
Howdy.
Ah ben bonjour to you.
Hey,
You
what's
girls
going on?
have seen
Nope.
the Zeta.
No. What about you?
I need to tell you, you girls seen the land.
No. So that's 2 quests to go to Brother 2 and a quest to go to Brother 1, and no quests to find the way into Brother 3. Let's see if I'm an idiot really quick. I mean, I am an idiot, but more an idiot than I already think I am. Hey, Testenhauer. What's going on? I mean, I've played worse games than this. On camera, even.
So, not sure, but I think there's some Nazis around.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I think the game's actually going to refuse to spawn the Brother 3 go-to quest. Oh, I'm wrong. There's a thing right there. Okay, so we just have to clear the front gate, which includes a giant mecha, a level 30 giant mecha. So, all right. Well, let's clear. Nothing's shooting us.
Help me, sis! I need you!
Bleed out. Purpose. Yep. Full health. And up. Go back. Kill everything except for the mecha. I'm gonna save that big boy for last. Down. Very important part of the process. RNG manipulation. Jess is down already. Really badly.
They fucking got me, sis! I need help!
This button. Enemy has reinforcements because of course they do. And it's the big guys with lots of health. So we droop a little bit. That. Attention this way, get with the drones. One of these days I want to see like a high-paced, high-octane FPS be like commentated on by one of those golf commenters. You know the ones, right? Looks like today he's going to be seeing if he can go for the triple kill on this particular. And it's just like such that calm, you know, simple tone of it, you know.
Need to shut down that super soldier.
Kill some of the little people, and by little people I mean giant armored death dudes. But they're still little compared to the big thing. So whatever. Full sacrifice for little around here. Excuse me. Down. That, because we already have an ammo problem. No, that person. No, that person. No, that person. Recovery going on. Pose. Use the power of friendship to become more powerful. Quite literally. No. Kill the... No, okay. Run out of ammo because these people have the ammo efficiency. Humvee. Is that all of them? Ah, that's all they had gas tank. And got the mech. Pose for friendship. Open the gate. Get me in there.
Okay, so...
That's it. Really? Knocked loose? Which one is that? There's been a splendid rocket jump from the lore runner. He might be able to clear over the giant mecha with that one. Okay, Brother 3, we made it.
Girls, Brother 3 is in pretty bad shape, but I can see the main computer popping in and out of the Paris power grid. My guess, they're keeping it somewhere in the basement. Head through the rubble and find a way into the broken tower interior.
Challenge accepted.
I mean, America's free now, spoke of. It's been a few decades. But do they actually cover that in any way, shape, or form? No. So that's an interesting point. We came up with a term over in Last of Us 2. We called it world destruction. It's when it's the opposite of world building, when the attempt at world building actually makes the world make less sense and worse. Do we think this game qualifies for world destruction with what we're seeing of Paris here, occupied Paris? Real question. Any thoughts?
Okay, I'm shooting down this road.
Oh, for God's sakes, how many Nazis are there in Paris? Don't answer that question. Oh! We're done? Everyone?
I'm targeting the drone, sis.
So there was a terrorist attack, and that's all we know.
Thanks, dude!
His arm, maybe? Anything? No. pieces, but again, it doesn't seem to be doing anything.
I'm down for the count.
Let's get you back in action.
Damaging this thing?
Back up on the horse, baby. Keep it up, sis. You're a goddamn champ.
Apparently, I was damaging it, because that grenade just finished it off. But... wow, those things have some health.
I'm healed up. Let's go, sis.
Well, this is your big chance, game. Impress me with Brother 3. So far, you have not been impressing me. But I do try to be fair. That is always the goal. In fact, I was actually thinking about it. As much as I hate to say it, this game will probably get an enemy variety positive. Even though the encounters themselves are dull, the enemy variety is actually pretty good. We've got drones, and the dogs, and we've got the commandants, we've got the healers, we've got the mechs, we got the big things, probably. Terror Billy. There you go, that's what happened to Brother 3. Terror Billy. Wow, his armor just flew off of him. Did you see that? That was actually funny looking. But yes, unintentionally funny is something we've actually given positive for before, usually on the story axis.
You're a badass, yes.
Well, thank you.
Daddy still managed to take down this sucker. Apparently.
Grenade!
Really?
Back in action? Ready to go, sis.
So yeah, based on that, I wonder if we're gonna find him here.
Thank you, Jess.
Why would the Nazis be a threat?
Regenerierte Jürgen erwarte nicht, dass sie vernünftig sind.
Oh hey, level 30, I can upgrade my friendship. I'm not actually joking about that at all. I can literally upgrade my friendship at level 30.
Fuck yeah, Jess, you're slaying it.
Waiting for this. Let's kill all these people. Let's get knocked down. And let's kill these people.
Targeting that annoying drone.
Actually, yes. I imagine it's useful for a stealth playthrough, especially.
You got it.
Haven't really been doing. Whoop, that's the wrong bit. There we go. There are so many armored enemies in this game. Like, mega armored. Like, takes forever to kill mega armored enemies. Stop existing! Not to be confused with stop resisting. Very good thing.
Thanks, dude.
Okay, let's level up our friendship. So, I think that was this one? Yep. And while we're here, we'll increase our health. And our armor. I like how there's an ability I don't even have yet. See you around, Dream Whisper. Get some good rest. There's something I was thinking about picking up. No, not that. Not that either. No, I'm with you, Detective Birdie. Goofy Dumb can work well. It's just, it isn't. So the next point at which we can level up our friendship is at level 45. Probably on Wolfenstein. We'll see. All that ammo. Never a good sign. A lot of ammo.
Power's gone.
Half the tower's gone, man.
Yeah, we did lose a couple lives clearing out that front gate, so... I mean, honestly, Goofy worked for the previous game in this very series. Now, granted, that game was also very somber and serious when it needed to be, but when it was Goofy, it was Goofy.
Achtung, Achtung! Der Laborbereich wurde elektronisch gesperrt. Ich wiederhole.
That's what I was gonna get.
Der Laborbereich wurde elektronisch gesperrt.
So that's...
Listen, girls. I'm seeing here that all intact areas of the tower have been locked down and quarantined, so you'll need to find a way to bypass that.
I must have just completely missed it earlier. I swear there was something. Oh, never mind. That's it. I guess I already have it? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Kiss your Nazi ass goodbye!
In the face, like you do. Remember, always kill Nazis in the face. We here at the Lore Walkers are totally cool with face killing of Nazis. Sorry, give me one sec, please. There, that way I can a little bit more easily distinguish which one's the heavy and which one's the light at a glance. Alright, whatever. Excuse me. Wasn't expecting that outcome, if I'm being honest, but, you know, whatever. It's all gravy. Right, that's the third gun I still don't have. Okay. Let's see what's down here. Bratwurst, potatoes, and chocolate pudding? That actually sounds pretty good. These people apparently eat pretty well.
I dug up some info on the research in Brother 3. There are advanced weapons research near your location. Then have a look around and let us go.
Whoa, that was so fucking cool stuff! Fight like a champ!
Listen, being hit with several projectile rounds being launched at sonic speeds while on fire would not do nearly as much damage as a hatchet. We'd all agree on that.
I'm on my way, Soph.
It was, muscle, wasn't it? Sure.
Hello.
Right. If you notice any treasonous behavior amongst your coworkers, be sure to contact one of the tower commanders. How do I get in there? Okay. Well, let's try it. Yeah, BJ showed up for, I think, a grand total of 2 cutscenes. 1, depending on how you define it, at the very beginning. And he peaced out.
Wait for me, Soph. I'm catching up.
Oh, there it is. Ah, I see what happened. Okay. Need to go this high, but not higher. There we go. You've never had pudding cake? The electrocraft work. So, new gun.
Oh, I can't wait to fry some Nazis with this baby, Jess.
Yeah. Maybe it works on other things, too.
Why would
Look
you
at those
touch
power
that?
boxes.
Why
Hey, we
would
could
you
try shooting that with our new toy, so.
ever touch that? So we got a Tesla cannon.
I'm on my way, Soph.
Ich versuche sie von der Seite anzugreifen!
Keep going, Soph. Slaughter those pigs.
Okay, I think we need to go down from here.
Tracking car. No, I'm kidding, Mr. Ed. Not much. I usually give something limitation status if I feel it deserves it. I'll be right back.
Huh.
In den Labors befinden sich hochempfindliche und geheime Materialien. Machen Sie in Bruder 3 keine Fotos und nehmen Sie nichts mit aus dem Gebäude. Vielen Dank.
So the prevailing theory spoke of is that Wolfenstein 3 was a game they were working on. And then, for reasons currently unknown, they decided to go ahead and do a spin-off game. That's this one.
Lobby, ladies. The elevator to the main computer should be in the back.
And so, for whatever reason, they decided the spin-off game should happen after Wolfenstein 3, which will presumably happen during the revolution and involve the killing of Hitler. However, there has been absolutely no word on that, and Arcane Studios has been pretty busy, so who knows what they're doing at this point. It's possible this is an abandoned franchise, too. I don't know. I haven't bought those points yet on Wolfenstein.
Robot soldier's gonna get tin can. Anything out this box.
I probably should at some point.
This door's locked, dude.
Maybe there's an override somewhere? Okay, I'm on the robot soldier now, so... Your armor's breaking, so look out! You're on fire!
Thanks, sis.
We got the doors open, sis.
Closing in.
Well, it's funny you say that, Von Falkenstein, because no, near as I can tell, she hasn't been leveling at all. She's had that ability since the very beginning of the game. Like, literally since the first mission. On that damn Zeppelin.
Hey, strong girls. You are brave like your father. But remember, be careful. The Nazis are vicious, and
Okay,
they are
sisters,
prepared for
you're
you
about to
now.
enter the research archives. The main computer currently appears to be...
Well, sorry I couldn't hear you over the Nightmare Death attacking me. Oh my, that was a lot of damage. Let's draw a little bit. I've also noticed that she is getting more and more worthless the higher level content I'm in, which is not good. Because it means the higher up I go, the more likely it is that A, she's going to cost me, and B, that she is not helping and I'm effectively soloing.
Hell yeah, dude!
And Blazkowicz was like, I can't take these kids anymore. They act like they're like 8 or 9. They're in their 20s. Wow, this is the environment these people work in. I know I make fun of Star Trek for dimming the lights when they go to red alert, but imagine just working in this environment. Hey, what's the 352 thing? Hang on, squint, squint, squint.
Okay, power's back up. Focus on the tower commanders. Take them down and steal their keys, then open the main computer for me.
Roger.
Yeah, by the way, we're probably
Watch out, Jess. Big guy incoming.
gonna give a negative for the soft lock possibilities in this game. We'll see. We also might not finish this game thanks to the aforementioned soft locking, so FYI on that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll figure out cheating.
We got the keys, Abster.
Great. Now go and open the main computer.
You got it!
Okay. Guess we'll have to kill the big guy.
Yeah. Grenade, go!
like I fought a bunch of you guys lately. And we're dead. Not total dead, just kind of dead.
Hey! Where are you, Salt? I need assistance! I'm up and ready to go. You're doing great, Salt! Hell yeah,
dude! Oh, that was awesome, though, Wolfenstein. I mean, New Colossus had a lot of really great scenes. It's what I really liked about that game. It's a shame the gameplay sucked, but, you know, it had a lot going for it. Yeah. Remember, I leveled up friendship earlier, so... You are awesome as always. Thank you. One moment, please. I literally can't pause the game, and this is the boss fight.
Thank you, Jess!
Jess, please don't stand in melee of the flamethrower dog. Thank you. And thank you, Ginger Overseer. I will put that towards dealer's choice. What's funny is these are a lot less spongy than they used to be, which isn't good, is it? Hey, danger close, by the way. Alright, let's go unlock this computer we've had the keys for a few minutes.
Need some sisterly assistance.
Yeah, that's why I'm leaning towards banter being the double negative.
We open the main computer.
Alright, stand by. I'm in! Yes! Brother 3's main computer is now ours. Great job, girls! Now get your asses out of there.
Let's boogie. Guess what, girls? We have complete control over the brothers' computers now. Get back here. Juju says we have to plan our next move.
Yeah, that was the 3 dungeons. Let's see what's next. I'm guessing, based on the game's format and style and projected length, that what's going to happen... Oh, it's gargantuan, Bones. I have no idea. I don't keep track of the total. I'm guessing what's going to happen is there will be one more dungeon. And I don't know about that after that. What's that take? 6! Oh, Jesus. Okay. I need 6 more levels before I can level that up. Oh, whatever. Might not even do that. I might just go for the friendship level up. Okay, so Brother 3 sucked. Negative to gameplay. I mean, I do Von Falkenstein, but I pool it in individual things. So I can tell you that Ginger Overseer donated a sub, and Hebelcraft donated a sub, and Klaus donated a sub, and Doomrider donated a sub, and Unicorn Scotch donated $5, and Zendriarch donated $12, and Tazara donated $17. But that's the bank, right? I don't keep track of it in one giant pile. I have every single individual entry there, and there are many. I don't use Dealer's Choice all that often. I burned a little bit on the Mega Man block, but that's all I've touched on it so far. Okay, so let's give a story negative for the repetition in the banter, and a gameplay negative, and another gameplay negative. Sorry, we're actually over here now. For Brother 3 and boss design.
What you think about the Arthur and Kenneth book? It's great, right?
It's okay, I guess. But what I really like is learning all these bonkers British names. Prunella Tricklebank.
Well, you'll love it when you finished it, Abby. I guarantee you.
Especially Tricklebank's part. Ugh.
Heads up, girls. Nazis are sending in search parties. Be careful.
Bring them on.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I know you're joking, Von Falkenstein, but it's not really possible for me to be more organized than that. I have every individual donation that has been allocated towards dealer choice for the last 2 years. So, yeah. You're probably thinking, why don't you allocate it, Laura? Right now, the goal is to shrink the list, not expand it. That's there if I need it, if I want it, or to help boost runs that people are interested in that aren't getting a lot of interest from other people. Brunella DeVille, Mr. Red? I can't believe it just let us do that. Listen, no making fun of is allowed.
Here's another piece of the Lothar transmission. Check it out.
Der Aufstieg ist der erste Schritt, General Messer. Und ich werde uns vor den Gefahren des nahenden Sturms schützen. Uns und alle, die mir treu ergeben geblieben sind. Und ich werde ein neues Reich errichten, das selbst die Vorstellungen des Führers übersteigen wird. Ein viertes Reich. Ja, General Messer, ich weiß, dass Berlin mich irgendwann loswerden wollen wird. Aber ich habe einen Plan.
I'll see if I can decrypt the rest.
Okay. Well, we're stuck in combat with an enemy that physically can't reach us, so we can't teleport right now. Let's get a life back. I wonder if this game even has the possibility of a leash when it comes to aggro. He's not aggro to us. Now he is. And he's dead. Oh, no, he lived. It'll probably be faster to just run to the exit. Of this game? Oh, well, no, actually, that makes sense. That's part of how the total lack of crossplay thing is.
I'm gonna kill this asshole!
You're required to maneuver straight down this trench. Not an aggro. Get me out of here before we aggro something. Just no threat out of that.
You girls, you have done a wonderful thing. We are celebrating.
Please, no more
Now we have
cigarettes.
control over the towers. I have sent the others on a mission to prepare the way for us into Lab X.
I just want to go find her dad.
Yeah. Of course, but first we have to drink. To Capitaine Blaskovic.
And it's poison.
Cheers. Santé.
By which I mean wine.
Qu'est-ce que c'est bon. Sit down, please. Drink.
And smoke more. Gotta smoke.
So, with the main computers of all the Nazi towers act, we have complete control over the information flow between Paris and Berlin. Ça marchait plus vite que prévu. Lothar. Mein Liebster, es ist soweit.
That's the general?
Menschen schlafen?
Ja.
Bereit, der Regierung in Berlin einen Denkzettel zu verpassen, meine Liebste? Die Vision unseres geliebten, verstorbenen Führers in neue Sphären zu heben und ein viertes Reich zu gründen. Eine neue Welt über den Wolken.
Heil! Dem vierten Reich!
Bist du sicher, dass sie schlafen?
Ja, natürlich. Merci, Elifie. Merci, thank you for all your help. Gib ihnen Wein, Zigaretten und Abenteuer und diese jungen Dinge glauben dir alles.
Genug davon! Der Tag des jüngsten Gerichts rückt näher. Wir müssen in Labor X eindringen und uns auf die Machtergreifung Berlins wappnen. Bringen wir es hinter uns! Zieh ihren Kopf zurück.
You're hitting the part with the armor. Okay, there you go.
Welch ein befriedigendes Gefühl.
What, murdering someone?
Der Blutlinie von Terror Billy ein Ende zu setzen.
Wein mit Schlafmittel. Und ich werde Ihnen dann den Rest geben. Und dann...
Abby continues to be the MVP, you notice.
Fuck. Arthur, Kenneth.
On our way back, Abby.
Something's afoot with the Baroness Goose.
Copy that. Over and out.
Abby chérie, I need you and the girls over in the common room.
I don't even let him get that close, honestly. So, he should probably be dead from that punch. Those are armored power suits. That's kind of how that works. Also, why don't they have their helmets on? They can turn them on at a moment's notice.
You were asleep! Ain't that gullible motherfucker! Ah! Ah! Your Nazi ass is toast! Ah!
See, he's got an armored suit, apparently.
Lass sie gehen, mein Liebling. Mein Liebling, wir müssen den Siegturm zurückerobern. Mobilisiere unsere Alliierten in Berlin. Bitte, komm mit.
Chase them down, Jess. I got Abby.
Abby's probably very dead.
Abby.
That was a knife into the eye.
Fuck! Jess, help! Shit! Shit! Shit!
Stay with us, Abby.
Does it hurt, Abster?
Oh, fuck yes, it hurts, motherfucker. Oh!
Here we go.
No.
Fucking stuck.
Let me try, Jess.
Why are you trying to remove a knife in her eye?
Just think of something that makes you happy.
Happy? There's a knife stuck in my...
Thought we'd lose you, Abby.
I'm sorry, how are you alive?
Listen, when you find your
Like, I'm not even upset. You're a great character. Why are you alive?
You got it.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't call her a great character. She is the best character in the game, which is admittedly a low bar.
Okay, this is what I got so far. When General Lothar resisted the powers that be in Berlin, they sent out an attack force to his Siegdrum penthouse. During the attack, he was severely injured, but he and Juju managed to escape into the Paris underground. Somehow, they came into contact with the resistance and infiltrated it from within. These people are very dangerous, girls. Be careful.
I'm sorry, I just realized something.
Loaded up on painkillers?
Thanks for saving our asses back there with that code word.
Yeah, we couldn't have made that plan without you.
Hey, you're welcome.
Did you catch that? Because Abby was just saved with the power of friendship. Also, they're idiots. They actually legitimately had the drop on them and waited until they were in a vulnerable position to spring it, only for drama. So yeah, no, that absolutely gets a negative. That scene was not good. Just wow. Oh yeah, Lorshok. He was evil all along. She's fine, Lunaruth. She just got stabbed in the eye by a woman who was pressing down with not only all her force, but her entire body weight. So she's fine. She's fine. She had the power of friendship, okay? So, I'm going to jot down a theoretical additional negative. It's for cutscene incompetence. Here's the thing. That's the only cutscene we've seen the cutscene incompetence in so far. So I can't in good conscience give a separate negative for that unless we see it crop up again, because we've already gave a negative for the scene, right? We'll see. We'll see. I am going to go ahead and give a story positive to Abby. I've been debating that for a bit, and I do like her as a character. It's sort of sad, because honestly, that's kind of it. Like, that's as good as it gets, is Abby, and she's only one positive. But we're being fair, that's how that works. That is literally the core goal of these, and always has been. No questions, Alex. You're not allowed to question any of this. Apparently. Okay, so hang on. Where are we going? We're going there. We're going to the next raid mission, which is somewhere. Let's see, okay. Yes, Mr. Red. In simplistic, non-spoilery terms. Hi.
You got it!
Wow, I think I literally killed them quicker with melee hits than shooting them. That's... Bingo, blew up Alex. That's why I was thinking. Like, because a really good character, you know, multiple positives, yeah, absolutely. But a character that I like at all... Well, I suppose that's a little bit unfair. Sometimes games have, like, a decent supporting cast, but they don't get much, or maybe they only get one scene each. I usually lump that together into just, like, a supporting cast positive. But Abby's good enough that I'm willing to give her a positive by herself. Post-Oblivion line, so... Plus the story. Yeah, I actually find myself wondering if that was ever an idea they were toying with, Knockloose. I have no idea, I'm just hypotheticalizing. I know we gave Martin a positive, because Martin's awesome. In Oblivion.
Okay, I'm on the robot soldier now, so...
I actually can't remember otherwise right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw your question where it got cut off, and I never saw the full question, Alex. Let's see here. They are siblings, yes. Have they ever acted like siblings? No. No.
Okay, I found some more intel.
Wow, he actually stopped me.
Her real name is Julie Brandt. She's a French aristocrat who sided with the Nazis in the early days of the war. Married General Lothar Brandt in 1957. That bitch was deep into it.
He's very best, thank you.
Keep up the good work, so...
Appreciate it.
Thanks, sis.
I just heard from the other resistance fighters. They were ambushed,
Okay,
but
let's
most
heal.
of them made it back. One of them saw Lothar and Juju escorted by an elite Nazi.
And another of these things. That's not good. Let's see if we can manage this. See if we can BS this. Come on. I think we did. Yep, we did. We did. Okay. One more.
Listen to this. Juju, aka Julie Brandt, led the attack on the resistance where the former leader, Emmanuel, was captured and killed. Tortured him for days to make General Lothar happy. Those Nazi assholes are cruel beyond belief and need to die, okay?
So they're Nazis and they need to die? Because that's all I heard. Yeah, speaking also as a brother.
Girls, the entrance to Lab X should be close to your location. From what I can tell, it's well hidden, so make sure to thoroughly search the area for it.
Alright, this is it. We're gonna find the super, mega, ultra... I'm gonna be stuck here for like 20 minutes. What do you want to bet? So, to use another example, so I'm not a big fan of Xenogears, and I'm unapologetic in that opinion. But I imagine we're gonna get at least
Listen, ladies, the secret
8
elevator
character positives in that game.
Lab X is disguised as an advertising pillar. When you find the pillar, look for 2
Don't
stickers
ask me names.
with a
I don't
skull
remember any
on
of
them. Press both stickers at the same time, and the elevator will open.
Okay. And I'm not going to share details because that'd be horrifying. You get the idea. Would you stop shooting my sister, please? Thank you. Goodbye.
Keep slaughtering the Nazis like there's no goddamn tomorrow.
Plan. Alright, skull stickers. Which are apparently way over there. Got it. And yeah, I'm sure they just made this out of the Eiffel Tower. Actually, when was the Eiffel Tower made? I know it's a stupid question, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
I'm focusing on the Panzerhund, so...
Okay, so it definitely predates the changeover. I can not only imagine that Von Wolfenstein, I can imagine her absolutely hating this game. More than I am. Because my job is to be fair. She would just be she would just be like, oh, this game is the worst and sucks and everything.
You're already fixing, so watch out!
No, I did not, for God's sakes. Did you not? We're trying to unlock your secret entrance. Here comes the dog. You know what? Hang on.
Be right there, sis!
Or don't.
Shut down, Jess.
Oh yeah, no, she would be just cussing.
I need
This
some
Nazi
assistance.
douchebag is toast!
Oh, she's dead. Wow. That sucker had some health. Not armor. That was a no armor mob. They just had a health. How far back are we?
Girls, the entrance to Lab X should be close to your location. From what I can tell, it's well hidden, so make sure to thoroughly search the area for it.
So anyways, it's right here. I found it! Hey! Yeah, grind all my arse. Let's get out of here. Really? The same animations? Yeah, go ahead, Spoke Up. What do you got? Thank you for asking first, though. Appreciate the courtesy.
I've looked, but there's very little information about Lab X. It should be guarded to prevent outside access. If you come across a mainframe computer, take the computer keys from the 2 commanders guarding it and open it so I can hack in.
You got it, Abby.
No, it's worse than that. I want you to imagine an escort mission that starts out okay and never stops getting worse the whole game. Like I said,
Did Mama ever have the talk with you, Soph?
Oh yeah, that was a trip to Cringe City. Those guys are so clueless sometimes.
As I've already mentioned, she's not keeping up with me. Not just because the AI is bad, which it always has been, but because she is clearly not leveling. And so, as the game gets harder, I'm carrying more percentage of the slack. And so, the escort mission is just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. The further on I go, alright, whatever. Boom. Oh, no, okay. And yeah, Resident Evil 5, so I think I've mentioned this before, I played a little bit of Resident Evil 5. I never actually got all the way through it, because single player. Very similar vibes. Very similar vibes. I didn't mean to do the stop attack. I'm not Yoshi. Okay. Listen, Alex. When a person and another person really like each other, they have tons and tons of sex, okay? Just non-stop. It's just a cavalcade of it, alright? Nope, that didn't work. And then they get diseases, and then they get pregnant, maybe. They definitely get diseases. And then they get emotional regret. I'm not sure what to do here.
So General Lothar managed to keep this secret all alone.
Seems like he's got a lot of connections. That's a good sign. Means the Nazis are getting divided, right?
Guess so.
The extra step. Okay.
These reading glasses are tubular, dude.
So, if you don't want to mix them, Spoke Off, I mean, that's what I did, by the way. Because in my mind, there's no real variance or difference between fantasy or sci-fi. So I have no problem with spaceships and magic existing within the same setting. It just requires a little bit more thought. But here's the deal. Here's my advice to you, Spoke Off. Oh, sorry, I missed that, Wolf Alex. I do hope the dentist appointment goes well for you. Unless you're already gone. that done too. So, tubular glasses. The this is a Bethesda. Well, it's a Bethesda published game. The way I like to think of writing when it comes to when you're first getting started on writing, when you're first really figuring out what you like and what you want to do, figure out what interests you. It doesn't have to be something logical or even something concrete or something specific. Maybe you're into darkness and light as a dichotomy. Maybe you're into mechs. Maybe you're into stories about someone who's corrupted. Maybe you're into doing heavy political thrillers. Maybe you really like a story about positivity. You get the idea, right? Pick something that's interesting to you and focus on that, right? Now you're probably thinking, what does this have to do with sci-fi or magic? Well, what's interesting to you? Do you like elemental stuff? Do you like spaceships? Do you like robots? Do you like golems? Do you like undead? And you see the idea, right? Use that to pick. That's my advice to you. God, how does anyone see in this game? Is he seriously just... You are. You... Wow! Okay, I'm not even gonna argue that. I don't even care. I'm gonna kill you, though. In one hit. Yeah, see, like Pillars of Snow, dark is not evil, light is not good stories. I like that too, by the way. So there you go, there's something you could pick and you can build off of that. Ow! A little closer than I thought it was. 1 second. What level are we? We are nowhere. We are a long ways from leveling up our friendship again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and level up stealth, finally. Or not, because that costs a lot of points. Never mind. Yeah, no, I have no problem mixing sci-fi and magic. I have invented many races that are literally made of magic that exist on spaceships in a society that has long since conquered disease through technology, so... you know. So anyways, I just want to make sure that this video isn't visible in Germany, so we're just gonna put that on screen for a second. We didn't get our mandatory, you know, suicide on screen, so we need to make sure that this gets banned off of YouTube somehow. Very important. Yeah, there's also plenty of blend in between magic and sci-fi, or fantasy and sci-fi, rather. Depends on what you want to go for. My setting, the extant, is actually primarily sci-fi. It just also happens to include both magic and magical.
An inspirational guest.
For example, most dragons in my setting could take out a starship by themselves.
Okay, that Nazi commander is gonna bite the dust.
Absolutely knock loose, because you gotta have branding if you're evil. That's how that works, right? By which I mean, no, not... Look at this! It's everywhere. Someone had to come in here and paint this in-universe. Like, think about that for a second.
Gonna take out this Nazi.
That's... Well, dragons in my setting are actually a form of elemental creature. So, to keep things organized within my setting, within the extant, there are mundane species, there are innately magical species, and then there are elemental species. So, obviously, an elemental species, by its very existence, is innately magical, but you know, you can see how it's another step past simply being a magical being, right? Most elemental species are about I don't know how to describe this in words, so I'm going to try here. Combinations of elemental energy. The formula of the energy that makes up their being is different, and that's what distinguishes one type of elemental from another. So to explain what I mean by that, a fire elemental, a fire dragon, and a fire titan are all composed of elemental energies of fire. But the actual specific formula of what actually composes them is different, and that's what distinguishes them on a species line. Sense, Mike? This is why I say, yeah, frog. That's a great way to put that, frog versus toad. This is why I say that only some dragons could take down a spaceship, because as a result, dragons are very, what in God's name, varied. So, you know, you have some dragons that could literally fit in my hand, and then you have some that could stomp, you know, that are Deathwing sized, for example. Or Kralkatorok, if you know who that is. But yeah, so there is such a thing as a very dragon, which could literally just fly up and absolutely tear through the shields and eventually the hull of a armored a military class vessel. Military grade.
Remember that time we took care of the wounded baby raccoon in the basement and we didn't tell Daddy about it?
Mr. Ghost! Adorable to the max. I thought I'd die from a cuteness overload.
What is with all these shots of this zombie thing? Is that from the Wolfenstein games that I don't get? Or is this just a something? Like, I don't know what I'm looking at there. Yeah, Vogue Magazine, Corp Edition. Oh. Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised. Yeah, Warcraft is a good example of a setting where science fiction and fantasy sit pretty much side by side. Because that's its exact purpose, Mr. Red.
Ladies, got the last piece of the Lothar tapes defragmented. Listen up.
Ich habe einen Plan. Ich habe herausgefunden, wo sich die Terroristen verstecken. Wenn Berlin mich ausschalten will, flüchte ich mit Juju in die Katakomben von Paris. Dort infiltrieren wir das Hauptquartier der Terroristen. Wir werden sie benutzen, um gegen die Treulosen zu kämpfen und Operation Aufstieg zu starten. Es wird vielleicht etwas dauern, aber glauben Sie mir, General Messer, am Ende werden wir siegreich sein. Heil dem Vierten Reich!
That's the last of it. Abby out.
That thing. Knock loose. I don't even recognize it. But I haven't played any of the Wolfensteins, really, except for the last two, counting this one. Hey, MC Shirto. Going on? Oh, yeah, sure. Hang on. So we had that's the male model, I guess. Or maybe that's not. I don't know. We got, like, this stuff. Apparently there's, like, more to the bones. Or something, and there's, like, something in their brain. I don't know what that is. Hang on. Let's go over here. What do we got? And there... Oh, my God. It's the mitochondria. That was Kane's plan all along. Some kind of thing in the skull, in the eye. That is. Yeah, no, I love how it's like, here's all this tapes about his evil plan, and it's like, we literally heard him rant about his evil plan in front of us, on camera. Wait. Game, we're not blind. Thing, I think. Yep, there we go. Oh.
Verstanden, Kommandant. Verstärkung ist auf dem Weg.
Thank you, Ginger Ninja. I will put that towards the Zelda block. Give me a moment here. Zombie cyber ninja warriors. And a half shell. Oh, this is empty. Turtle power. God's sakes, not another of these stupid things! We fought... Well, I've fought 4 of them. I have avoided 2. Not counting the optional one. I'm a little tired of fighting those things. Come here, come here, come here. Heavy. Sure, not heavy. Just. Or, yeah, too late. It's right there. Wait, the giant mecha things are the zombie soldiers? I'd say that explains so much, but actually doesn't explain anything. Who knew killing zombie Nazis would be so boring? I think I can skip the fight. It's right there, because of course it is. Oh my god. Okay, that's not helpful at all. Plan B.
Thanks, sis.
Nope, and we're dead. Bleed out. Lose a life. There we go.
Help me out, sis! Please!
Alright.
Back in the fight. Let's shoot the Nazis. You're doing great stuff. Hell yeah, dude.
Okay, he's moved away from it. He's moving up here. Alright. We're gonna prey on the fact that the game automatically teleports her to me. And bypass that fight entirely. Bye.
Guess it's best not to think about it.
I mean, honestly, screw that waste of my time. For God's sakes!
I'm focusing on the Panzer dog.
How many of these Panzer dogs do you... Don't answer. Oh, damn. I was doing the healing animation. I don't know if you saw that. Apparently, Baron. Another heal. A little dance. A little Nazi.
You got it.
There's the failed results. Yep, nope. They've had some flawed results apparently. Yeah, I was just thinking, this is such a weird and dumb level and is getting a negative. Probably on both axes, honestly, because, like, usually when you have a level that's, you know, this is the horrible science lab where we find out all the terrible things the Nazis have been up to, it's a nice atmospheric horror brunch. This is the kind of level where you have one enemy that just stalks you from out of the corner kind of a deal, right? Or maybe, like, one single implacable enemy with, like, a bajillion health that's just, like, slowly walking towards you. Or you could have enemies that aren't even enemies. Imagine if these little things were just going, and you could put them out of your misery, you know? There's a lot of ways they can make this work. Having a croissant right next to that, that's not hygienic. I'm not eating that. Listen, they didn't do bad things to Dad. All cool. They're Nazis. Everything's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I am demanding a good game. So yes, I agree. I am demanding too much. I apologize. I don't mean to be so demanding. It's just... I'm just too entitled. That's really what it is. I am entitled to a good game. Sorry, I shouldn't sound angry with that. It's, come on. Alright, whatever. Here, let's watch. She's going to teleport into this room she couldn't get into. There we go. How could you make killing Nazi zombies boring? I present to you Wolfenstein Youngblood.
That would be totally bodacious.
Yeah, this place would be bodacious without all the Nazi stuff. What? Have you been looking? Never mind. Never mind. We're done here. We're done here. Well, people donated for this game before it came out, as it often happens, Baron. Oh, yeah, we're not dealing with that nonsense. And if that doesn't answer why people donated for this game, I got another. I mean, it's a co-op Wolfenstein 3D. That just sounds legit, right?
Die Waffen weg! Du kannst
Come here. We need this. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why whenever we do those, you know, covering game announcement deals, I give you my initial impressions, but they're always pretty vague. Because just because an idea sounds cool doesn't make a cool game. Exhibit A. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. She is way over here, too.
I need a hand here!
Away. Everyone now? No. Except for the big guy, of course. Nope, there's still more. Where are you guys coming from? Jesus.
You can do this, Jess! Hell yeah!
Sometimes they do pan out. Absolutely right. Sometimes they don't. Ideas are just ideas. Hi. Bye. Yeah, Elden Ring. Will it be awesome? Oh. We'll see, won't we? Well, good, Douglas. That's kind of the goal. The password was 1234.
How do you know?
I don't know. Just a feeling, I guess.
I'm going to say that again in case you... The password was 1234. Okay, there. Hi, the dust biter. Do I have to fight that?
I'm doing great, so... Thank you, Jess!
Is that necessary? Can I just skip that fight, please? Oh, Jesus. This. Here. Oh god, what's that from, Dr. Papa Penguin? I remember that, but I can't remember what that's from.
We gotta take down the third storm!
No, we don't. Well, maybe we don't. We might not have to. That's right, Team Fortress 2. Soldier. One. Yeah, one. God, those shorts were awesome. For a while there, me and my friends were trying to decide which one of us were based on personalities. And originally, several of my friends said I was the heavy, because, yeah, I just want you to imagine with my giant minigun. But no, everyone agreed I was actually the spy. I'm not actually sure what I make of that, but, you know, whatever.
We got both keys, Abby!
Okay, now, open the computer for me.
Go ignore the boss completely. Yeah, I always figured I'd be... She's down. Oh my god, stop, cancel! Oh my god,
I need some assistance, so...
Okay, I can't stop doing this thing that I'm currently stuck doing.
I'm down, so... Need assistance!
Okay. I'm just gonna... I can't help you, Jess. You're gonna die. Because I can't stop here.
I'm ready to go.
Hey, we did it! I've played TF2 on camera, Baron, although I've never reviewed it.
Security protocols of this computer system are super advanced. Give me a second, girls.
Yeah, sure. Take your time, Abby. No rush.
Okay, computer's hacked, girls. Listen, I found intel on Lothar's power armor. Looks really advanced. Run into...
There's two of them. There's two of them at the same time. I'm about to game over if I can't risk her right now. There we go.
Come back and ready to fight!
Mega heal and get the piss hell out of dodge. Somehow. No? How do we progress? How do we go forward? This way. Run! Run!
You got it!
Teleport to me. Oh no, she's down. Okay, I can cancel out of that at least. Oh Jesus, here we go. I can't even heal myself. I can't heal, and I'm dead, and there it is. Game over. Okay, that's cool. I'm cool. Everything's cool. Yeah, if you look up the Lore Runner highlights, you might find... This is the beginning of the mission. That wasn't a short mission either. I want to add on top of that. I'm going to try to cheat. I don't care. This game sucks. I'm going to try to cheat. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'm going to make the effort. Yeah, no, if this wasn't my job, I would be putting the game down right now. I'm just going to be real about that. Let's see how this works. What do we got here? See if this works.
Girls, the entrance to Lab X should be close to your location. From what I can tell,
Okay, that's working.
it's well hidden, so make sure to thoroughly search the area.
Oh, wow, no it isn't. That means it calculates its damage differently. That would explain why my maxed weapons aren't doing much to the armored enemies. So armor apparently doesn't take damage. I am doing roughly 1,000 times the damage I normally would right now. That's why any hit is instantly killing enemies. But armor... That's with 1,000 times damage. Did you see how long that took? Despite that? Are you joking me with this?
Don't worry, I'm coming, Soph.
Can I get a res, please? Thank you.
Get you back in that
We haven't changed the difficulty. This is so stupid. I'm in shock. I'm in shock. Let's go ahead. Walk over here. Get out of sight for a second. What other cheats we got? Do we have any health cheats? Come on. We do not appear to. What else we got here? Let's up the damage by another few factors. Oh, there they come. I knew they'd find me that shit.
Badass and inspirational, Jess. You got it. You're doing good, Jess.
Wow. Look at how long it's taking to kill things with 5 million times the damage. I have a feeling that's not literally 5 million. It's probably in, I forget what that's called. Not an integer value, but the other kind. I would love some chocolate milk right about now. And like a really, like kind of a buttery donut, you know? Maybe a custard filled, something like that. That'd be cool. Yeah, let's test to see if this cheat is working, shall we? Because if this cheat's working, then we know the cheats are working at all. That cheat is not working at all. So that means none of my cheats are working, most likely. I prefer pre-made usually, Baron. But it depends on my mood. High Sierra. There really is no infinite health thing. It's not an option. Whatever. Okay. Why would you have built-in cheats for a game when you could sell boosters? Which this game used to sell boosters. No, I'm not joking. I like how easy is below casual. There's something weird about that. Whatever.
Underground layer just like this.
I've looked, but there's very little information about Lab X. It should be heavily guarded to prevent outside access.
Wouldn't be the first time Nexus have been guarding it. We've actually run into that problem on several previous games.
Guarding it and open it so I can hack in.
You got it, Abby.
Well, in fairness, Ion Fury is probably actually a good game. I mean, I don't know. I'm just presuming. We'll find out at some point. There it is. I don't remember who actually started the booster concept. So we cranked down the difficulty by 2 notches. This is apparently the last mission, Mike D'Amato. No, I don't have enough points for it on Wolfenstein.
Thank you, Jess!
Ladies, got the last piece of the Lothar tapes defragmented. Listen up.
Listen, the evil Nazi general is an evil Nazi general. I know. I was shocked too. Here we are.
Dort infiltrieren wir das Hauptquartier der Terroristen. Sie benutzen, die Träume zu kämpfen und Operation Aufstand. Was dauern, aber ich hoffe, werden wir siegreich sein. Heil dem
That's the last of it. Let's go.
Get your roof patched up, folks! So, this is where Daddy's supposed to be, huh?
What if they've done experiments on him and shit? Guess it's best not to think about it.
I can't believe that worked. To be honest with you. I'm just kind of done with all this at this point. Give me a
Thanks, sis!
favor. Here's what the speedrun record is for this game. If anybody feels like looking it up. Single player, preferably. Assuming anybody even runs this game single player. Yeah, no, I know. Fun Wolfenstein. It's
Wouldn't
just
it be so
you can see it in the
cool
lower
to
right
have
too.
an underground layer just like this?
Yeah, without all the Nazi stuff, that would be totally audacious. We're getting close.
How do you know?
I don't know. Just a feeling, I guess.
What's the 48-minute run? What category?
I have the code key. I'm focusing on the third door now.
I'm actually surprised it's slower solo. I would figure with the little AI tricks you can do, it'd be a little faster solo.
You got the keys, Abby.
Okay, now open the computer for me.
I've actually seen... Oh, god damn it. Hey, I can escape this time. Holy crap. Brian Otto, I've seen him do some Titanfall 2 stuff. He's pretty good.
Back up on the horse, baby. Let's go.
That sounds like a pretty good game, Kira Whitehouse. Okay, now, Jess, I need you to not die and game over me, which is what I'm about.
Security protocols of this computer system are super advanced. Give me a second, girls. Okay, computer's hacked, girls. Listen, I found intel on Luther's power armor. Looks really advanced. If you run into him, be careful, okay?
Well, first of all, the Federation sweeps the Covenant easily. And I guess there's not a second of all. Hey! Oh, of course, we gotta bring the magic in at some point. I was wondering if it would ever show up. I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Positively gobsmacked all the more soothe, Kenneth.
That. Oh my god, I just realized what the difficulty check is.
What the?
Daddy?
Oh my god. Is this real? My babies. My babies. Oh. Back in the 60s, this was the only chance we had at stopping the Fuhrer. It could open doors to other places, but then one day it was gone.
Yeah, the Jews were mages in this setting, but
I don't think so.
And Nazis hardly come down here unless they have to.
Didn't the Nazis capture you, Daddy?
Nah, Pumpkin. I'm hiding out down here on my own doing, trying to get the door back open and fix what I broke.
What do you mean? What did you break?
The world, Soph.
Oh, come on, Daddy. You killed Hitler.
Hitler designed some kind of doomsday device, got activated when he died. Fucker wanted to take the world down with him. Max was the first to notice it. Disruptions in the weather patterns, Freak thunderstorms, hurricanes, the rains.
There's the weather thing.
Why didn't you tell us?
Sets calculations. Only led to one thing. Someday soon, this world would be unfit for human life. That's when I knew I had to find it. After Set died, his notes led me here. French Nazi lady tried to make me an errand boy for their cause, but I saw through her lies and I located this.
I like how you can still see the ring where our head was separated, by the way.
I can't make it work.
Why?
I tried to use it like Seth told me to, but the door was closed and I got hit by I seen a truth that made me question everything.
You're not making any sense, Daddy.
There's another dimension.
Oh, jeez.
100s. Separated from us by the vastness of time and space.
I was joking about the cane thing, really.
Oh my God.
What is it?
It's another world where everything's all right and you're there living your lives like you're supposed to. It's a wonderful place. It's not like this world. This goddamn world is doomed because of me.
No, it's because this world is broken on levels that are hard to even properly explain. Like Kira White Noise said earlier, this world is gone.
That's bullshit. You said something out on the plains.
Remind me.
When you look down that scope, your awareness arrows to the head of a pin. Remember?
Yeah.
Stop looking down that scope and start seeing what's around you. Whatever's in that other dimension, we live in this one, and we are gonna make goddamn sure it's a place worth living in. Just like you once did.
What if it's too late?
Then we keep fighting.
Well,
together.
First Commander Keen, then do. I'm actually a little irritated that the only good scenes have involved him. Like, that actually irritates me a bit. I guarantee you I'm gonna get some kind of comment that's like, oh, you only like him because it's BJ. It's like, no, it's because he's done well.
What do you need me to do?
This is from Set.
Holy shit. Channel energy from other dimensions.
My God, they're going with it.
What
They're
is
going
it?
with the ardent energy. Apparently, I'm a friggin' prophet now when it comes to fictional settings.
Jess, come here. Says it should be here somewhere.
Oh, and also real life, but, you know.
What the hell is going on?
I'm getting you ready to mess up some Nazis real good, honey. Real good.
Okay. So there's our new
Brands
unlock.
before they take to the skies. They get airborne, they'll be unstoppable.
Aren't you coming with us?
Nope, I gotta go be in a better game.
Nazis are gonna throw everything they have at you.
Never come out.
I'm gonna stay here and hold them off. Go on now.
Yeah, the only way I wasn't right about this is there's no cane. Yet.
Ready for this, Kenneth?
More ready than you are, Arthur.
Zip it. Shit for brains.
Make me. Barf bag.
Tut mir leid, General Messer. Was haben Sie gesagt?
Sind wir soweit?
Jawohl, Herr General. Wir haben den Siegturm gesichert. Sie können jetzt den Angriff auf Berlin einleiten.
Mit Vergnügen, General Brandt. Heil dem
You know, this guy's bald.
Heil dem Vierten Reich.
And he's taking over after Hitler.
So schön zurück zu sein.
Just pointing it out.
Ich habe mich auf dich verlassen, Juli.
Was?
Du solltest sie außer Gefecht setzen. Und du hast versagt.
Mein Liebling, wir haben es geschafft, oder etwa
Hast
nicht?
du irgendeine Vorstellung davon, wie demütigend es war, von 3 minderwertigen Jugendlichen überlistet zu werden?
Luther,
Diese 3 verwöhnten Schlampen auszunutzen, war die einzige Möglichkeit, sich des Generals und der Überkommandanten zu entledigen und ins Labor X einzudringen. Ich habe hart für meinen Traum gearbeitet. Beinahe sind wir am Ziel. Und fast hast du alles zunichte gemacht.
Luther.
Halt die Klappe!
Du liebst mich aber noch immer, oder?
What is he doing?
3-mal darfst du raten.
Nein.
What? Are you gonna take the armor off?
Soldat, den ersten Aufstieg einleiten.
Jawohl, Herr General.
Die Geschwister Blaskowitsch sind in Anmarsch.
Verdammt nochmal! Jawohl, komm, bereit machen, Juju.
What?
Ist es sicher?
Ich gebe dir Rückendeckung.
Lothar, ich meine...
Stell dich vor diese verdammte Tür!
What? Well, she's dead.
He's going to the roof.
Oh my god, you're right. We said earlier that there was going to be a Nazi sex scene. Oh my god, this is getting weird.
Hey, come in, Abster.
Shit. Lost contact.
Ich bin so froh, dass du mich überredet hast, weiter General Lothar die Treue zu halten, Johann. Woher wusstest du, dass er wiederkommen würde?
Ich hab gehört, dass er mit einem...
That's a good idea, Disco. That is a good idea. Since we've already had a couple of issues where someone hasn't been there, so let's just do a nice, quick, and dirty thing here. I am quite sure I've never played this game. I hope I haven't played this game. Alright, so let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Unlink that. Somehow, that's the thing I could do, I'm pretty sure. There we go. And just kind of do that. There. Boom. Done. Quick, predict the ending. I think we've kind of already seen it, to be completely honest with you. The God Key, that's... Okay. No, I'm serious. What's going to happen is there's going to be a non-ending. That's my prediction right now. We'll get up there, we'll kill the general dude, it'll be like, "Baha, we're so totally awesome." There'll be some cringe, cut to credits, and there will be no actual ending.
There he is! I said
see him!
Oh yeah. Bus time. Final bus time. Well, you see, I'm the PC. Yeah, did you like that I killed your girlfriend earlier, by the way? Yeah, so this guy has a bajillion armor and a bajillion health, and if you die on him, there's no ammo refills at this point. So you go back to here, and you don't so you retain your ammo status after you die. So let's say I completely ran dry of my submachine gun ammo, for example. In my next attempt on the boss, I would not be able to use my submachine gun, because I would be out of ammo. Does that make... Now, I believe there's some bits of ammo in there, but not enough. Like, not enough to actually fight something with this kind of health. Garbage. Thus the soft lock.
Statues down.
1 minute! You have no chance against me, girls! Yeah!
Joking me with this nonsense?
He's getting away!
After him!
I was trying to, but the game literally wouldn't let me.
Wager we got a whole lot of doing to get done before we die, sis.
And, oh god, okay. So that wasn't just phase 1. We actually have more of this nonsense first. Hi. Yeah, he just straight up teleported. Because he can just do that. You know what? I bet none of this is worth my time. Excuse me. Wow, that did nothing to him. Give me that. This is also doing nothing to him. Literally nothing. Wait, hang on. That did some damage. Eventually. Very slowly. Open this damn door. Yeah, this feels like this should be a hyperbeam moment. It's not.
We got company!
Oh yeah, by the way. Is this seriously an elevator thing? Right here, in the last level. Yeah, imagine a hyperbeam moment without the hyperbeam. You know, Death's Head was better than this guy for several reasons, but let's really get down to it. This is no Dwight Schultz. I know I praise him a lot, but I do that unashamedly because Dwight Schultz is an amazing actor.
Lady, like a stuck pig here, so
Jess? I need some assistance!
And dead. Got me, honestly.
Let's go!
Kosmite, Bewegung, Bewegung! Thanks, dude!
Just making a note really quick. Oh yeah, we're cutting off the guessing game, let's say now. So if you have a guess to get in, this is the time to do it. I'm gonna cut it off like in a few seconds here, basically. Oh my god, a checkpoint! An honest-to-goodness checkpoint. And, oh, that's even worse for soft locking. Because that means we'll respawn here with no ammo. Oh yeah, that's much worse than I thought.
We gotta take him out of the sky!
The effect's cool and all, but... Where did he get this armor?
Target jetpack!
He's looking at me. He said that, then he looked away, which is suspicious timing, let me tell you what.
Come on, sis! We gotta take him down!
I'm trying, so!
There's a lot of noise going on, I'll give him that.
Get ready to be destroyed!
Please, thank you. Please, thank you. He's not gonna drop his heavy weapons.
Thank you, Jess! We gotta take him out of the sky!
And I'm down.
Grenade! Use some help over here!
Target jetpack!
I'm sure it'll be fine. He's just having fun. He's just having a good old time.
Come on, Jess! We gotta take him down!
I'm trying, so!
We're gonna kick your ass, Lothar!
That's right, you fuck! Get ready to be destroyed!
Oh, that did nothing.
We gotta take him out of the sky!
Said that recently.
This guy thinks he's going down, man!
Hell yeah, dude!
Think we got him?
I don't know, dude! Be careful!
Oh my god, is there another phase? Get your guess in real quick. I just realized this doesn't actually pause the game. So I should be a little more cautious on that. Dude. Okay, that's long enough. I was just waiting to let everyone vote. Gonna lock down the spreadsheet. Wrong button. There we go. Alright. Yep, no, that didn't look doable, but whatever. Oh, you want me to go down, game? Okay, fine. We'll go down.
I am the only one who can save mankind from the apocalypse!
Go, 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 go! Right there!
We got this, Jess!
This kind of armor now, so sure.
I who was destined to create a new world in the heavens above!
Here we go, dude!
I just want you to know, love you, sis!
Love you too, Jess!
Aw. Friendship powers activate.
Nothing can stop the ascension!
I ever tell you you're the best sister in the world?
You just did! Watch it!
I have the best sister.
Over Escort!
I seriously just run out of ammo? Oh my god, I did. This is about the phase after this, I'm gonna officially start being in trouble.
You have no chance against me, girl! There! Trial of Hitler!
Jess!
Go eating like a stuffed pig yourself!
A new world in the heavens!
Is that it? Did I kill him? Oh my god, I just realized what the ending's gonna be. We've got a lot of work to do, so go do the daily missions and the side quest you skipped.
What you think you're doing in that other dimension?
I am writing my first book.
About what?
Two sisters. Adventures around the globe is really fucking good.
I'll wager it is.
You?
Probably out on the plains somewhere. Clear skies ahead. Wind against my skin. Facts all around me.
Phase 4, the boss fight.
Enjoying life.
Meanwhile, BJ just killed, I don't know, 500,000 Nazis on his way here.
Ever do that again?
Do what? Find the guy your FBI couldn't?
No, don't get stabbed in the eye.
Everybody listen up.
Do not recommend. Oh my god.
Now, we may have put a halt on the Fourth Reich's plans for now, but it's only a temporary setback. We cannot do this alone. We need to go and reach out to all our allies across the world.
Wait, does this mean...
You're leaving us?
We're putting you in charge of things for a while we're gone.
We can handle it.
Our girls can handle anything.
Hell to the air.
Hang on, hang on.
What happens now?
Juju and Lothar's Fourth Reich pals in Berlin will come down hard on this city.
We'll be here waiting for him.
Good. Meantime, you sisters up for a job?
Shoot.
Steal as much of Lothar and Juju's technology as you can. Make us ready for what's to come.
What's that?
You know, the apocalypse.
Hey, gotcha.
If the Nazis will take to the skies, then so shall we. Because there's no way we're going to let those assholes win.
No, there is not.
Rain is coming, girls.
And, as expected, keep doing all the side quests you didn't do, because, you know, we're here to... Oh my god. Just kill me. Just end it. Just be like, boo. I actually died in that wreck.
How long you think it'll take?
That's what happened, and this is actually hell.
Who knows? We just have to fight through it together and hope we come out on the other side.
Pull up Steam, go to my library, right-click, uninstall, get off my hard drive. I'm actually just kind of drained. Like, no jokes, no memes. I really actually feel tired after that. Give me a sec. Let me get some music going. We'll do the audit. We'll see how bad this one really was. I'm gonna have to stay up late to do the room for this one, but the good news is it actually won't take long. I don't have much to say, ironically, about how bad this is, because it wasn't bad, it was boring. And that's the problem. It's easy to describe boring. Ironically. Let's go Stellaris. I like Stellaris. Could use some uplifting music. Give me a sec. Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm not going to give a negative to the leveling curve. It was fine. I am giving a negative to the difficulty curve. I'm going to give the soft lock possibility because I can see exactly how it happened. That last checkpoint solidified that. I'm also giving a second co-op AI negative for obvious reasons. So at the moment, go ahead and update this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Pretty sure that's where we stand. Let me pull up the auto list. You know what? I don't need Stellaris music. If you'll forgive me an indulgence, I apologize. I usually like to play music that's generically enjoyable that more people like. Right now I need something a little bit more me. I'm gonna play some Mega Man music. That's okay with you. Hey, we didn't put up the cheat flag. That's funny. Yeah, I'm always in the mood for Mega Man music. I did attempt to cheat. That's funny. Really, I tried to cheat. I failed at it. What's doubly funny is this game was actually longer than Modern Warfare by A couple hours. It's fun to think about. Yeah, the game wouldn't pause to let me give it more negatives. Damn it! Alright. Let's pull up the audit list. Give that. Can I just go ahead and admit that even though I heard nothing good about this game, I am actually surprised by how bad this was. Which is funny, because it feels like I'm just repeating what I just said yesterday. I'm surprised by how good this was. Well, I'm surprised by how bad this was. I was not expecting this wallpaper paste. This is... Is it worse than Mega Man X7? No, Mega Man X7 is terrible. Mega Man X7 is garbage. This is wallpaper paste. You ever taste wallpaper paste? I wouldn't recommend it. Yes, shades of gray. That's a good way to put that. Hang on, Disco. Give me a second. So, animation in cutscenes was not good. I don't think, in fairness, it actually detracts from the cutscenes. But something that normally would be a positive in a game like this isn't, so that's kind of the same thing. Atmosphere and tone is so all over the place it doesn't know what to do with itself. But I think I can't give a separate positive or negative for that either, because its negatives sit in something else. Babylon 5 effect is not there. Background lore is not there. Banter received 2 negatives. Branching narrative doesn't exist. Camera work was barely applicable. There was 1 good character and 1 bad character. Cinematics were bland for the most part. There was no consequence storytelling at all. We decided not to give the cutscene incompetence negative. The dialogue was bad. The doodads were good. Good doodad usage. There's not really any empty text as applied. There is a post-game, but that doesn't affect the narrative axis. External continuity. This ties into what Disco just mentioned. So negative for external continuity, because the existence of the previous games and how it's misused here actually makes this game worse. Especially since they freed America and killed Hitler off camera. This isn't the perfect example of this, but this is a good example of why external continuity can be a good or a bad thing. Foreshadowing? No. Fake drama? No. Humor? Integration and segregation? No. Internal continuity? No. Intro? We gave a negative for the intro. Lighting? No. Localization? Doesn't apply. Side missions? We gave a negative for that, but not on the story axis. So we will. No cutscene incompetence to speak of. There was only the 1 scene, and we gave that separate scene its own negative. Speaking of which, moments, that's what I call that kind of thing. So how many moments did we give a negative for? I think just the 1, really. Yep, okay. Also giving a negative for music direction for completely misusing otherwise actually good music. NPC set dressing doesn't even exist. I'm going to skip over that one for just a second. Pacing. Padding. Actually, no. Plot. Whatever. No, I take it back. The plot's a negative, too. No Princess Peach segment to speak of. Not particularly good or bad sound design. We gave a negative for story sequencing. That's a rarity. Storyboarding was practically non-existent. Storytelling mechanics were non-existent. Themes, if there was one, I couldn't even tell. Visual continuity, nope. Visual storytelling, nope. Voice acting, negative. Voice direction. I'm going to add another negative for voice direction because I really feel like that's the issue here. And that explains a lot of it, I think. World building. We gave a negative for that. And writing. We already gave a negative for that. So that just leaves one question mark. Outro. What do we think of the outro purely narratively? I always feel so severe when I get in this mood. You probably can't see my expression down here in the corner, but I'm just like... I feel like I'm scolding a child that's done something wrong. It's like, come here. What did you do? So, let's be clear. From a narrative perspective, the outro is a negative, period. Remember, my requirements for intros and outros are higher than usual when it comes to, standards. Which means that something that is merely okay is not good enough. It has to be at least in the good territory to qualify as a wash. So it's definitely a negative because it's not even in the good territory here. So this brings us to whether or not this outro is worthy of more than one negative, on the narrative axis only. So let's cover the outro really quick here. So the outro begins pretty much the moment that we see the Nazi sex scene, which was weird and random and had nothing to do with anything, and felt like a last-minute attempt to add some character to the main villain who otherwise had had exactly one scene of screen time so far. Immediately after that, we scooch forward a little bit, and we rush up there, and he rants at us and gets his girlfriend killed for no good reason. And starts railing about how he is this destined savior of everything, and yada yada. Then we go up, we kill him, we sit there, everything's cool, we talk about the other reality, but oh no, there's an X-Wing and we're totally unprepared for it. Then we're saved by our parents, and then we talk about, and then we have the ending where it's like, and now we're gonna go rally the rest of the world. But first, you have to stay here and take care of Paris all by yourselves. I've seen worse outros. I don't think this is a 3 negative outro. I think I could qualify this as a 2 negative outro. This is not a good ending on any axis, but we're not at the gameplay yet, so we'll get to that in a bit. It's okay, Disco. You would have failed. I mean, hi. Yeah, Kira Whiteness, it's just, okay. And then stuff happened, I guess. No, I agree with that, Mr. Red. The outro being as bad as it is honestly kind of impressive, because I think it's the only thing that's getting that many negatives. That and the banter, I think, are the only two things. So, that gives us a net negative 14 to story. Gameplay. Man, this music's too happy. Hang on, let's get down to, like, Gear Castle. There we go. Final dungeon time. So this is funny. AI design. So we've given that 2 negatives. I think I'm going to call the enemy AI a wash. It's not as bad as it could be. It's not good. It doesn't do most of the things that tick the boxes for me for having good enemy AI. But I don't think it's bad enough to qualify as actually a negative either. So, moving on. I had to think about that one for a second. Sound design, I usually put that under viscerality, but I gave it a negative because I actually think the guns really suck in this game. Just 1 negative. I've seen worse. Animations in gameplay don't really apply. Audio spam. Lol, but we'll get to that in a minute. Or actually, that's under banter, isn't it? Can I put those there? Yeah, 1 second. Need to make sure I'm getting everything nice and organized. I don't want Von Falkenstein coming after me for not being disorganized. Yep, nope, it's there. Okay, cool. Audio spam. You know, I'm gonna give a negative for audio spam on the gameplay axis. You get it, right? you were watching me. Yeah, probably Caroline Noise. Hell yeah, dude! Yeah, no, you get it. It's just, oh my gosh. And they say it constantly. And they're not the only ones, too. It's just, ugh. Anyways. Auto battle doesn't apply. Alternate leveling. I gave a negative 4. Backtracking. I'm gonna call that a wash because I'm baking that under the side quests. Bestiary doesn't exist. Bosses. I gave a negative for the boss we fought 1 billion times. Bugs. Yep. Wait, did we actually give the bugs negative? We did. Okay, good. Just making sure. Builds, non-existent. Built-in cheats, non-existent. Camera, it's a first-person shooter game. Choices, non-existent. Co-op, plus to co-op. Controls are a wash. Core combat is a negative. Making it I'm going to say this in the room, or at least I'm going to try to remember to say this. It is impressive to make a game about shooting Nazi zombies boring. I'm debating a second negative. I don't think it deserves it, but give me a second to think about this. Because this is effectively the Dragon Age 2 syndrome right here. It's just worse than Dragon Age 2, because Dragon Age 2 is at least fun. No, I think I'm just going to give it the 1 negative. Cosmetics. It's Huron Knuckles. I'm glad you had fun. I really am. Crashes. We put that under bugs. Difficulty curve. We gave that a negative. Difficulty options. So, I didn't mention this. I don't know if you saw it. I kind of was like, oh, at a certain point when I turned the difficulty down. Would you like to know what the difficulty affects in this game? This is funny. Whether this deserves a negative or not is something we have to debate. But, you ready for this? You ready for what difficulty changes in this game? It changes how many enemies spawn in each area. I was wondering why my damage wasn't changing and why I was still getting hurt and dying despite changing the difficulty down. Because, speaking personally, I didn't notice any difference at all when I turned the difficulty down. And I was like, huh. Until I noticed the big room where there was the big dude. And if you remember, the previous time when we died and found out how bad the mission checkpoints were, there were 2 big dudes and instead there was only 1. And that made me go, huh. So one of the alt tabs, I looked that up and lo and behold, all it does is change the enemy spawn number. So yeah, I think that actually qualifies as pretty damned lazy difficulty. 1 second. So, negative to difficulty options. Durability doesn't apply, none of the strategy stuff applies. Encounter rate. We actually did give a negative for that. Encounter design. I'm going to call that a wash. Enemy variety. So this is an interesting one. There is a decent variety in enemies, they just suck to fight. Thoughts? Like, I'm fine with giving this positive. Yes, Trihexia. Quest 64 was a universally negative game. No positives whatsoever. Yeah, it's more of bad. That's why I'm kind of debating this, because the whole point is enemy variety needs to be a good thing, right? It needs to be something that adds to the game, or detracts from it. And I kind of feel like this is actually a wash. I feel like if the enemies weren't as varied as they were, we would probably be giving a negative on this axis, because... Or not on this category, excuse me. This is more tiring than Quest 64. You know. Quest 64 is a worse game. I say that, what do you want to bet? This game's going to outpace it in negatives, because good lord, we're down there. Anyways. Fast travel. We did give a plus to graphics. There's no real grinding to speak of. I'm giving that negative, or I think I already gave that negative. Hang on. Although now you got me curious to something. I gotta look something up super quick before we move forward. Yeah, Quest 64 had negative 40 to gameplay. I don't think this is passing that. Anyways. We'll see. HUD was actively badly designed. Interface was non-existent. Intro was... What did we get the intro? Right, we called the intro a loss because it was good enough. Itemization is actively bad. Weapons are actively bad. We gave a wash on the microtransactions, thanks to the way the game works. There were several levels, which we gave negatives for. It's so terrible. There's level scaling, which we gave a negative 4. Lighting was bad, which we gave a negative 4. Scroll forward a little bit. The map, so the mini-map is actually bad enough that I gave that a negative. Mid-mission checkpointing. Yeah. Pause didn't work. Yeah, I think I'm going to put that in core mechanics, but either way, that's definitely a negative. No, on Wolfenstein, didn't have any. 0. Side missions. Did I already give the side missions negative? Yes, I did. So, negative to side missions. Mod support doesn't exist. Music is washed. There's no New Game Plus. Options to speak of. We'll come back to that in just a second. Overall design is bad. There's a lot of padding in the enemy health bars. The power progression curve is wrong. This game does not get the replayability positive. I don't think I need to explain myself on that one. Didn't have the Raspberry Jam problems. That's cool. Save system is non-existent. Sound design... We did give a co-op positive. At least I think. I mean, I did there, but I don't know if it's on the sheet. Checking. Yep, we did give the co-op positive. Yay. We'll come back to the save thing in a second, because I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the save with y'all, and I want to talk about the outro and sound design. I feel like I'm going to call the sound design a wash, because there's not much to it. It's just kind of there. Most of the bad aspects of sound design are separate things we give in separate negatives for, like the spam from the people or the bad guns. Yeah, I agree with Aerith. Pax and I could probably make fun of this game if we were going through it, while we were talking about something else. Terrain design, I already gave that negative. Trash design. I think that speaks for itself. There were no unskippable cutscenes. Holy crap. Viscerality. Definitely a negative. These guns suck to use. So, visual distinction. Definitely a negative. I think... no, I already gave that negative. So that leaves... outro and save. So I want to discuss both of these. Let's cover save first, real quick. So here's how the save system in this game works. You have 3 save slots. When you hop into them, you are in Iron Man mode. You can't reload a save, you can't save a save, you're stuck with whatever you got, right? And as we've already demonstrated, if you die, your status gets reset. Or rather, I'm sorry, your position gets reset, but not your status. So your current ammo and all that stuff, that doesn't get reset to the point at which the save was at. So you don't really have the ability to save, and you don't really have the ability to load, and it doesn't load properly. And the more I'm saying this, the more I think this qualifies as a negative for the save system. That's why I wanted to debate this, because usually we're a little bit more strict about negatives for save systems, but that's not great. So that leaves the outro from a gameplay perspective. So, as a reminder, the outro starts when we started the final rush on the tower, immediately after the Nazi sex scene. So it's like, alright, we're going through, we blast open the door, we fight him with some ads, he rushes out the window, he goes upstairs, we go through a weird platforming section with a ton of trash, which is there to waste our ammo, and it was a fairly large amount of high armor trash. Then we get to the top of the roof, and then we fight him on a jetpack where he has 700 million, billion, trillion armor. And once we manage to push through all that, then he flies off, then we go through a door, and then he shows up again with a million, billion, trillion armor, and by that point I was actually starting to run out of ammo. And the final phase is just him on the ground, not even really shooting me, just standing there. I don't know why I'm debating this. This was not a good... I don't think it's too negative worthy. I don't. I think it is a bad boss fight, and I think it's negative worthy, but I'm not sure that's double negative worthy. What are we all thinking, though? Exactly, Dust Spider. Now you're starting to get it. So, that's a good point, Von Falkenstein. I was actually thinking about that. So here's a thought. What do we call a failed hyper beam moment? Because hyper beam moments are, by definition, a moment of awesome, right? It's a moment of, yeah! You get the hyper beam and you just have fun. It doesn't have to be a destructive thing. But there's a power and a wonderful joy to a hyper beam moment. A dud beam. So what is a hyper beam? The term comes from Super Metroid. But the concept is exactly what I described. It's a point in a game. Usually you earn up to it. It's usually right towards the end. Often right before or right after the final boss. And so as a direct consequence, you get to the hyper beam moment. And you're just given something really cool to play with, right? In Super Metroid, you're given the Hyper Beam, where the term comes from. In Half-Life 2, you're given the Ultra Gravity Gun. In Metroid Dread, you're given something I'm not going to spoil, but it's exactly as awesome as it sounds. I actually can't remember of any other examples right now because I'm dumb, but it's a semi-common thing. Yeah, in Darksiders you get all the powers. That's a good one. Yeah, you get the BFG in Doom. It's a moment of just here. Awesome. Well, you see, Venters, let me explain it to you as the game explained it to me. Any questions? Yeah, Devil May Cry had a moment like that too. There's a lot of games do a good hyper beam moment. Now, part of the reason this is relevant is this ties into what Luné Ruth just mentioned. Because the hyper fail moment could qualify as its own separate negative, which is effectively part of the outro. It's another failure part of the outro. And I don't know why I'm debating this. It's a negative. So we're just going to do that. We're just going to call that a negative and move on. I'm actually going to add a category for hyper beam moment, I think. Because it comes up enough that I think it's worth its own thing. A hyper fail moment could also be a negative for story, I agree. Conversely, a hyper beam moment could also be a positive for story. Although we actually have a category for that. It's called moments. Either way, it doesn't really affect the narrative of this game, so no. Does the yes, it did. We put that under plot, Benters, because the plot is that. There we go. Actually, yeah, I think several Resident Evil's rocket launchers would qualify as a hyper beam moment. It depends on the specific Resident Evil, but I think several of them would qualify for that, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna scroll back down to the W's here. There we go, Wolfenstein. There we go, boom. So, yeah, hyper fail moment. We coined a new term today. Who came up with that? Who said that in chat? Was it Eclectic who came up with that? I need to write that down. Hang on. Eclectic came up with hyperfail. Anyways. And now I'm going to steal that and pretend Eclectic doesn't exist. There we go. Yeah, Parasite Eve didn't have a hyper beam moment. Of course, it didn't even try, so... Okay. I do believe that's everything. Yes, I'm stealing everyone's ideas. I still feel bad that I don't remember who came up with the term lore runner. That's why I write that stuff down nowadays, just so I don't forget. Negative 32 gameplay. Sinister Wing came up with the term streaminations. I wrote that one down and I remembered it as a consequence. So, okay, let's see what our golden number is going to be. Give me a second to do all the maths. But, wow. Just wow. Here it is, Wolfenstein Youngblood. This is 9.74. And I gotta see Quest 60. Where's Quest 64? See, this game might surpass Quest 64 on negatives, purely because there's worse story, which this game has a worse story than Quest 64. And I stand behind that, by the way. See, the thing is, and Luné Ruth has actually brought up this exact concept. The thing is, Quest 64 doesn't really have a story. It got away with not having as much of a negative on the story axis purely because of the fact that so much of a story wasn't there. But to give you perspective, so one of the things I keep track of... So, one of the things I keep track of for the golden number is the percentage of positives in points. So, if a game has 5 gameplay pluses and 5 gameplay negatives, it has a percentage ratio of 50%, because half of the total points were positive. In other words, anything over 50% is good, and anything under 50% is bad. So, this game has a story positive ratio of 15%, and a gameplay positive ratio of 5.88%. I don't even know what to say about that. Quest 64's positive ratio was 0%. Quest 64 didn't get a single positive on either axis. And this game did not beat Quest 64 in negatives, as it shouldn't, ultimately. I didn't think it would. I swear I'm going to make that drum roll emote at some point. I mean, I'm already streamed 20 minutes longer than I should. I don't even know when I'm going to get the rumination on this stupid game done. I'm going to have to stay up late tonight. Negative 27.96. As a reminder, negatives scale down quicker. The curve is much more... I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. The curve is actually flatter. So, any negative going down is bad. So that's not good. Okay, so 27.96. What do we got? Who won? Who won? We do have a negative 28 for Disco. Disco, please stop putting your name twice in the thing. And a negative 27 from Vigilant, which is a shame. Where's Leander? I don't see Leander. Where's Leander? Leander said negative 26. No, I think negative 28 is it. I think Disco wins. Disco! You already said you want to put it towards Thomas Was Alone. What the heck is Thomas Was Alone? I've never even heard of that game. Or if I have, I don't remember it. If it's on the list, then whatever. I've looked into it at some point. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This game sucked. I believe this is the third... Yep, I'm correct. This is the third worst game I've reviewed under this current setup. Don't buy this game. Don't play this game. It's bad. I'm going to have to struggle to come up with something to say on the room for this while I'm in this state. So it's going to be a bad room. Excuse me. But I will say this. Tomorrow we're playing Ion Fury, a game I know absolutely nothing about. So hopefully Ion Fury will be better than this empty and vacuous pile of wallpaper paste. See you tomorrow.